Right, after whatever that music selection was, somebody insight us here with me and Yamato Cannon to talk about League of Legends. So if you're a fan of T1 or Carmine Corp or just anyone basically, just go in the comments immediately. Don't listen, don't even wait for the rest of the episode. Why actually let us make points, or why accidentally, as you're thinking up, a totally misconstrued nonsense version of what we said? Why actually let any of it seep in? Just make your comment now before the episode. Like, actually comment now. Like, I can't even believe that take about KT when you haven't even watched the episode. Just listen, if you can have fun with it, just go hog wild. Why even pretend to be legit? But no, if you were indeed a legit customer, obviously we've got lots to discuss on this episode. Now, I will say, Warner at the top of the episode, yeah, my voice is going to be like this. Nothing I can do about that. We're just in that time of the year where people get colds, etc. And yeah, I do have, I know, because it sounds scratchy, I have the same feeling. Like, if you just lean away from the mic and clear your throat, you'll be fine. I've tried that 700 times, it doesn't work. It probably makes it worse if anything. So we're just gonna, you know what, some would say, Yamato, the entire battle of watching a Thorin podcast is trying to extract the points and the interesting things in the entertainment while being annoyed at the person delivering it anyway. So in many ways, this is just a more extreme version. This is just like the XXX version of watching me on a podcast. Not like that other one from CS where you all thought I was jerking off. That wasn't real. That was fake news. I caught you all out on that one. You all tried to spread it far and wide like you thought I was trying to do, but I wasn't. I was just actually had an ASMR tab open in the background. Anyway, there's so much, because here's the thing, Yamato. Already these episodes should be like bangers because we're into all the playoffs. We're watching all these epic marquee matchups. But mate, it's even crazier than that. Because I have to say, I've seen, right, we're going to start with the LCK spoiler, boys. I have seen every LCK, every OGN Championships playoffs, every run. And actually, I'll tell a lot of people, if you've already watched the last few years, you very rarely actually get upsets of the top teams. What happens is, maybe in the finals, there's an unexpected result because, you know, someone chokes like a Griffin or a Genji back in the day when they had BD. Maybe someone chokes because, you know, the pressure at the moment. But in the actual LCK playoffs, if you've ever watched that gauntlet, spoiler, unless your team's name is T1, it's very rare that actually the underdog wins those matches, bro. LCK are probably the most consistent league in the history of League of Legends for the big dogs winning. And if there was ever a time, by the way, where first of all, it was supposed to be a slam dunk was Genji against KT Rolster. Yeah, KT's powered up a little bit. But nobody thought there was any universe that they're beating Gen G. And not only that, but if you'd have even told me it was a 5-game banger, like Gen G wins game 5s for fun at the moment. Then the T1, look, the whole season and split long, I've been trying it in my mind to be like, well, Handball Life should be as good as T1. They should beat them. A million times they've failed to ever get over the line. And they just clapped them in this one. And even more crazy, that one, they like draft edged them. So we're just in the twilight zone in the LCK right now for whatever reason. And so I wanted to start here, Yamato. We will start with this statement and then we'll go into the matches. Mate, can you actually believe this? Remember the way the format works. From LCK, there are 4 teams go to World. Asterisk. The 4th team goes into the plane. Yamato, the team in the plane is going to be Gen G or fucking T1, my dude. Like, this is going to be insanity. There's an actual world's favorite is going to be in the plane of what, like that's like as in like G2 or whatever is going to be further in the tournament than Gen G or T1. Like that will always seem baffling to me. But it's going to be as long as these teams don't lose now, obviously to everyone else. That's going to be the reality. We're going to have. There might even be Gen G for fuck's sake. They might be coming from planes, boys. What do you think?
Oh, it's mental. You know, with the results we saw, maybe it's an even crazier world where somehow D+ make it through, you know.
I don't even want to imagine that that's possible. That's even sicker, but I know what you mean. You have to give it a chance now, don't you? You have to, mate. After the T1 game, you have to, mate.
It's just the regular scheduled programming with summers. But in the past summers, there was a gauntlet. This is the first time we have an LCK season that ends with no gauntlet in comparison to the LPL.
I'm very grateful for that lower bracket. I already liked double elimination anyway, Yamato. If this was single elim, this would be the worst LCK playoffs ever. It would actually fucking blow, wouldn't it? Can you even imagine that? Like, that'd be so bad, it'd be unbelievable. Anyway, I think what we do is this. Because the Gen G one obviously carries all the implications of like, does it change them winning Worlds? Let's start with the T1 angle. Because like I say, Yamato, coming into this one, I would say, I follow both betting. I do this show every week and I see what fans talk about. I would say almost everyone I know had T1 winning this series. In fact, most people thought if it was going to be like a 3-0 type dominant, it'd be T1 that had that result. Like the actual complaint, if you were a Handball Life fan, is the way they were playing, you don't even know if they're going to get one game. You don't, and by the way, the whole split long, you could argue they're the team that's had the draft issues. They're the ones who's struggled to find their identity. They're the one that has the slow starts or gets into games that are even or slightly ahead at like 2/3 and then give up the rest of the game. This was like, I want to start on the Handball Life side. This was a fucking inspired series, bro. Like, this looked like they fixed almost fucking everything. Like, if I had this series, by the way, and I'm a Handball Life player, like, we're going to win LCK after this. Like, what is this? Give me some thoughts. I thought this was actually one of the most shocking series I've seen in a while, which is mad considering the other series we're going to talk about after.
That was always like Handball Life. We always needed to be like worried about them because the distance between like being good and bad was always so close because mechanically they were right there. Like the biggest change up in my mind was just Peanut was the better jungler in the series. Like he found his poppy angles, the Vi game was solid. Like even when the moment when he locked in the Vi, everyone was like, ooh, the last time he played Vi, he was just finding like angles that weren't good. Most players are struggling on Vi right now. Maybe this is going to be kind of a disaster. Zeka was also someone that was kind of questionable in terms of his performance, but he like slammed the Orianna first pick. And then he slammed the Rise into 1-2, chipping away at Faker's champion pool, the most important champions in the meta right now, and then followed up with just a brilliant like Silas performance. So it's like Zeka is exactly where we want him to be. This kind of reminds me of the resurgence of Handball Life back in like last year when coming into playoffs, it was that 3-0 that they opened with against T1, where they beat them, and T1 had these draft issues where they're picking like Vayne, Lucian, Nami, and everyone was like, what the hell is going on here? Like, what are they drafting? They're picking too many range champs. They can't find like cohesion. And in that series, the same way, Handball Life just like in all 3 games just had a very, very good prep. And I think that Handball Life in this one just did a great job of making sure that they chip away at the right things. I think that what T1 is struggling with right now is the fact that the AD carry meta has kind of been moving away from what Gumayushi likes to play, where it's all about mobility because there's so much playmaking in the jungle position and also in the super position. And he doesn't have the room to play a Jhin, the Aphelios. These are champions that were punished even in the D+ series.
Which is more of a recent change, right? If you go to like the regular split, it was right in his wheelhouse. That's why he looked awesome, didn't he?
And at the same time, it's like in terms of T1's draft structure, it's as if they are like delusional about it. Like something that we saw today from Elk that he could just copy is the fact that they are picking ADCs in the 1-2-3. Make sure that you pick your Sivir, your Lucian, and all of a sudden Gumayushi has champions to play. But every time they went into 4-5, you just had to go deeper and deeper. And then at some point, they decided to set up the draft in a way to first pick Yonara instead of setting up the first pick Rumble that they've had so much success on. So Doran no longer played carries like he did. The Ambessa was taken away from him in 2 series, which has been like probably the best champion that he played. Gwen is weaker now, so he can't carry on it as before. And he didn't have like the right answers into the Ambessa because he just had played Aatrox. So T1 now, even though they got away with drafting pretty wonky the entire time, but at least they leaned into comfort. Here, I don't even feel like they're leaning into comfort anymore. And at the same time, individually, I think they're just not performing. And Hanwha Life, good prep, good individual performance. Like we knew these players were always ready to deliver. They did a good job of making sure that the Light plays champions he's super strong on. Peanut the same way with the Poppy and the Vi and so forth. And then I think like the last notch, like the big one, was just Zeka had like a massive performance. I think Zeka was so damn good throughout the series. And I think the fact that he could target the pool of Faker kind of brings me back to the finals that he won against Faker at the World Championship, where the game 5 kind of crescendoed after he just picked the Azir away from, of course, Faker and just played out of his mind on that champion. So a lot of history is kind of colliding in the same spot. And Hanwha Life, I think there was nothing that made them they were just better in every facet.
One thing I would say about this is why, even though on the last episode when I said like T1 should be the favourite, Hanwha Life hasn't performed, you did mention like the factor that I often think about, which is all you have to do to have some copium for Hanwha Life. Just look at the roster. You look at the roster on paper and you're like, surely get the coach in here. Surely there's some way this can have a chance to win, for fuck's sake. But I know what you mean, because here's the problem. Most of the year after first split and after the split that they won, the real problem you've had in Hanwha is you're supposed to be this super team where in theory every carry even could carry the game. And then you even have players like Delight's supposed to be one of the like most insane fucking support, right? But that never came together for like a split and a half or whatever. I don't know what they want to call it now. Just the LCK regular season, I guess you call it now, right? That never happened. In fact, the most underwhelming thing about Hanwha would be they never did all like play well at the same time. That would be the most frustrating thing. You'd have a game where Zayas looked awesome, but then it was like disconnected from the team. So in a team fight, maybe you don't win. Or you'd have a game where like actually Viper and Zayas are doing well, but then Zeke has his fucking shit games in the middle of the summer, or you know, just into away or can't play more than 3 champions or so. Not only were there none of those problems, but mate, I know what you mean. As well as T1 having their issues, the carries on the side of fucking Hanwha Life never looked better. This looked fucking awesome. Like the obvious guy, the guy who actually got like MVP of the series, bro. There's something mad about Viper in his career. It doesn't matter what team he plays on. He's always up for that T1 series, mate. The entire time he's been in this team, he's always the guy who just goes hard as fuck. It's like he's on some like, they must have like killed his dog, John Wick style or something. This motherfucker just, no, it's like T1 especially. He's just on demon time, mate. And he was smurfing in this series. Like, that's why I always tell people there's been a lot of times where his teams haven't been as, even Hanwha Life's looked sometimes a bit meh. I don't think this player's ever actually been bad for me. He might have had the odd split, he was off a little bit, but like the flaw of a Viper performance is fucking nuts. And if you could play this way, mate, this is what's going to be fun. All of a sudden, not only do we have to ask the question, can Hanwha Life win LCK? Suddenly, maybe they can win Worlds again. Maybe that's back in people's imagination, or it's creeping onto the radar. Because if you play the way they did in this series, why not? Why not, right?
Oh, definitely. I just like Viper's ability to mold himself according to what is necessary to the series. I think especially in this one was super impressive
because nuts as well, and you can play everything, mate.
You come into the game and you see him slam a Ziggs on 5, and most of the time, like, we are gonna have a visceral reaction to an ADC that should like perform. But we have watched enough LPL to see that some ADCs can pop off completely on a Ziggs, you know. And they took a lot of inspiration from the first series that T1 played against D+ in this playoffs, where Aiming won a game on Ziggs against the Aphelios and Trash, and also the Smolder in game 5 that they threw away, but that has nothing to do with it. Like, Viper's not gonna get hooked by a Blitzcrank on the mid wave, you know, like that, you know. So it's a completely different ball game. But the fact that he, you know, in the draft where they were very melee heavy, I like the fact that he could always top it off by picking something on 5 that would outrange the enemy. It's like it's very rare where you get to see someone find so much damn value as an ADC to last pick. That is something that is not so frequent, but he managed with the Smolder and the Ziggs to find just a shit ton of value. And it's like my favorite moment of this entire series, even though it didn't go Viper's way, but when he was like pretty much just standing there versus 3 in the pit, the Smolder, I think that's the most gangster moment I've ever seen the Smolder play out, you know? So Viper, I think anyone that loves League needs to love Viper's gameplay because he's just on. He's just so on all the time.
No, that was some like Bane shit. Like, you really adopted the darkness. Oh, it was fucking epic. I know what you mean. Like, the swag was crazy, wasn't it? Also, that is like a mad underrated point to make, Yamato. Here's why. Again, we'll make a massive thing out of it. But obviously now we have to start thinking, can they win LCK? Can they win World? Suddenly it's back on the table. One of the reasons why this team composition, in theory, should have a chance is what you just said as well. I always thought the thing I was confused by when Zeus came into Hanwha Life was, I actually thought it was amazing what he did in T1, where they had times where he would first pick the top laner when he was just the best. They had times where he got the counter pick. Like, I remember thinking, mate, if you had that dynamic to a team that already has Zika and Viper, you should be able to toy with the other team in the draft. Like, how are they ever going to check you? And actually, the funny thing is that you're pointing out here, that's a quality I don't think any other ADC can boast about right now, mate. Viper, in theory, you would think is the guy where it's like, right, I must be on like the hyper carry type, you know, give me like fucking Zeri or some shit like that. No, this guy's like, oh, do you want me to just round the draft off with a Zig so you can just carry on Ambessa? Like, fucking hell, mate, that's an insane like luxury to have in your team. That's why this team is actually throughout this series, even though he got like MVP this year, it wasn't just him, mate. Like, their whole team is fucking, when it's on, it's fucking stacked. This is why they deserved that like super team moniker. Sure, they haven't shown it much this year, but the tantalizing glimpses is why you can't totally give up hope on this team.
I think just the draft approach was just so brilliant because it's just a follow-up of what D Plus showed.
Yes.
And that's like the danger of like showcasing 5 series because even isolating what Zeus locked in, Aurora in the opening game, Ambessa, and then Jax, these are champions that if I could pick 3 outside of maybe Gragas that of course Doran played in the 3rd game, like these are the champions that I associate with Doran. It's like looking at what T1 has played the entire split, it's very, very top heavy. It's like Bard is the most played of Keria. They didn't let him play it. In the opening series, they let him, of course, the D Plus allowed him to pick the Nico, and then they picked Bard into it. And that's one of those moments where maybe T1 need to be a lot more careful about protecting those champions. Because from T1 from here, I think if anything, they need to put a way higher prior on the fact that the mid lane pool is so attacked, because where the meta is at right now, Orianna just stands out as a massive winner. It isn't something that only Faker plays. Everybody plays it. We saw Knight play it today. He carried. We saw Zeka carried today. Caps carried. Everyone is just slamming this champion in the opening sequence, and then followed by Ryze. And he can't be playing like these wonky champions like Galio that already is countered because Poppy is already locked in. I think T1 is going to go back to the usual one, where they just first pick mid laner no matter what, and then leverage the fact that Owner has a little bit of a deeper champion pool. Because I think Gumayushi and Faker need to be prioritized in the draft because they can find just impact by picking early. It's just that when they get dropped into 4-5, their niche champion pool is just not strong enough in the 4-5s, especially in Fearless. So T1 can still save themselves from here, but the main concern for me is still, it's like T1 individually just don't look sharp. Like Owner on the day doesn't look good. Keria is making mechanical mistakes. Faker is not really there. Like everyone, I think you can critique on the individual level, and you can see clearly that Gumayushi is having like this internal battle. Should he lean into what is comfortable, or should he pick champions like Kai'Sa and Yonara? Like you can see it in that series that he's struggling. One time he picks Xayah, full comfort, and he gets Ziggs in the head, or he picks Yonara and Kai'Sa, and clearly T1 is not super capable of executing with these champions.
Yeah, that's what's funny is actually the way that they drafted against T1 is essentially like what Dom's streamers asked for against this court of T1 in the OGFK for like 3 years, which is when you see the areas where there's like the players that only play the 3 things, just forget the global meta. Stop thinking about what all the picks on everyone else. Just attack those picks, because low key, they did both, Yamato, like you're saying. They banned them or they just picked them themselves. They were like, right, actually, you know what? The only Orianna in this series, Zeke will have that one. You don't get that one, Faker. And that might sound, remember, this is why, by the way, I make this point, because the reason I always thought Dom was right about that is because that's classically, if you remember all the way back to like season 3 with like Jisban Kassadin against Fnatic or whatever for Cloud9, the problem is people do that anyway with like OP picks or if a pick carries the game afterwards. We're not saying that. We're saying this is a team in T1 that clearly has their draft priority built around actually only a few things that are like hinges to their whole draft. And I agree, once you took that out of the equation, it's not like T1 couldn't win, but you would have had to have like Faker literally have like twice the performance on certain champions that you've seen in this split, mate. And I like that cynical approach. Listen, it doesn't get you a 3-0 every time. You have to win the games as well, but it certainly looked like it was going to load it up. Like, I'll tell you another thing, Yamato. Let's say T1 had have survived one of these games. Fucking hell, they would have been in trouble in game 4, game 5 draft, mate. What would even be left? They would have had, I would struggle to see what fucking comp they could put together out what was left in the draft then.
It's just that priority on the first initial champions for mid lane is so important, and then putting Gumushi in positions where he drops 4-5 is just so strange. I think that's the main thing that they can kind of shore up in the short term, because at least if I think back to Faker's strongest games in these playoffs, it was the Victor into the Tryndamere that he played. It was the Akali into the Yone matchup that he played against D+. But he didn't get to showcase some of that. Like, he didn't get to, pick champions where they are rationally picked. Instead, he always has the weaker variant of the same champion almost. Playing Galio into Orianna is miserable. Playing Annie into Ryze is also miserable. You're going to run into a Catalyst and a Mercs, and if you can't get the gank off early, then it's going to just be miserable because Ryze just has initiative the entire game. There is things to adjust. There's things to find. It's like that Game 3 draft against How Alive. I thought that was a great draft. For a lot of teams, that's going to be a fantastic draft. You have Cassio into a lot of melee champions, and then the enemy has the Curva with the Smolder on 5, and you have the Kiana, and you have a lot of counter engage, and you can definitely peel for the Yunara. But this is not T1's identity. It hasn't been. Even though that without nameplates, that Game 3 drafts can be fantastic for T1, they just couldn't execute. They couldn't keep the right peel tools. They couldn't play around the Smolder. They just didn't, because that's just not who they've been this entire year. And I think T1 are now struggling. Should they lean into comfort? Should they try to become something else? But I think T1's switch always when they are under pressure. They're going to just make sure that Faker is playing something that is strong and comfortable, and they're going to put Pry on him, and then they're going to let jungle breathe a little bit more because Owner has a champion pool to play around with. I think this is going to be their off switch. The main question is, how can they fix their individual play? Because right now, individually, they don't look as good as KT even. They don't look as good as Hanwha Life. They don't look good as Genji even. And that's going to be very tough because there's no regional gauntlet for them to be saved in. Like, this needs to be fixed now, fast, super fast.
That's the key thing to remember is whereas in the LPL, they still have the one where it's only like the winner that goes straight to Worlds and everyone else goes to the regional anyway. So if you come second, third, fourth, it's just actually like you're seeding basically. People will forget. That is what is different about this year's LCK. Remember, they totally rehauled LCK. And this year, there is no regional. Like, this is just like the European one where the bracket is what, that's why I said earlier, assuming, like, I don't feel uncomfortable saying this, assuming Genji and T1 win their games, then they will be the ones playing off for the 4th seed and the 3rd seed. One of them can still win the LCK, obviously, but the point is one of them has to finish 4th at best, which is crazy to imagine, but we'll get there in a minute. So, by the way, I'm already thinking as well, by the way, the fucking hype of that game. You will never get a 4th place decider, Yamato, that is as hyped as this game. In fact, I'm going to make a prediction. I think that game, if Genji and T1 both win now and they go to that 4th place decider, that will be like one of the highest viewed matches ever, even though it's a 4th place decider regionally. Like, because the hype will be crazy. Remember, whoever loses, like, you're probably still going to make it through planes, but it's like what you just said about T1 having to play the extra match in the upper bracket. That ended up being enormous, bro. You could argue if they'd won an extra series in the split, like beating Genji another time, and they'd have got to come second like Hanwha, this result never happens. But Hanwha Life getting to sit and not only watch a series, bro, they watched 5 games. They saw everything. At that point, if you're T1, you have to do what you can just in game 5 just to win the game. You can't be hiding shit for the next round. You have to just play it straight up so you could see that. So I think that's going to be so hype. But let's flip to the other side of the bracket, because obviously what actually set this whole thing up was the Gen G series. And the reason why this is so baffling, bro, is because if people don't know, think of some of the past episodes, if you can put your mind back. KT Rolster this year isn't actually like past KT Rolsters. It's not some like crazy upset team, man, where they're playing chaos. No, they're just not actually that good a team for most of the year. And then what they did is they leveled their shit up towards the end of summer, where they started to get a bit better. The whole time, BDD pretty much has had to do like 1v9 performances. But finally, people like Doctam had a good performance. Obviously, people like Shiwa were good anyway. You got some players come along. Sorry, you got some. Yeah, perfect. Sorry, that's what I meant. You got some players start to have some good games, but even so, there's no world they were supposed to actually beat Gen G, bro. Like, I would love anyone who says they would. Then, bro, you could have made the greatest video of all time. Where was your preview? Why didn't you give us the angles of how they do it or what they do in the draft? Because the idea they'd win, and yeah, like I say, even a series that wasn't just like, it's not they just 3-0 and Gen G was total shit. Like, this was a fucking war, bro. Like, it was actually low-key a fucking banger. Like, it was a crazy-ass series. So, how does this even happen about? That's the first question. How does it happen? What's the big mechanism that gave KT their chance?
You know, the only thing that I saw, which was on my, like, when I was streaming, there was which someone was being just crazy, the equivalent of someone just holding up a sign in the square with raggedy clothes, just screaming something, the world is ending. Like, he was doing the equivalent of saying, Gen G had 2 weeks break, they're gonna be bad. That was like the only angle that someone presented as a potential angle. Because Gen G, if anything, they are not playing a lot of solo queue. They are saying it themselves. They are not playing solo queue. I imagine they are super busy in terms of scrims. But even in a world, like, I even thought if Gen G played at their worst, they wouldn't be in trouble. It's like they have beaten KT every single time they played the entire year, and it didn't even look close. It looked like the horror matchup for KT because you had the situation where BDD needs to carry, and he needs to carry versus Chovy. Good luck. That was always the predicament that KT was in. And even if KT, like, the BDD had a good game where he's like 5 CS lead and he finds a play on side, and that just wasn't enough because then everyone else would just kind of overcrowd you. But KT have managed to find ways to just level up. The main person in my mind that just stood out was Cuz. Like, I've watched Cuz on T1, I've watched Cuz on KT. I have never seen him play this damn well. He had more confidence. It's like sometimes you watch and you feel the energy of a series as junglers are approaching an objective. You kind of know ahead of time who's going to win the smite based on everything you've seen in the series. It's like, oh, Thorin wins this one. There's no way. He has no fucking aura way. He's like hitting it. You see he doesn't believe it. You can see in his somehow his composure is translating through how he plays. And Cuz was just better than Canyon. There was nothing that Canyon did better. Canyon wasn't clutch. Canyon was getting outplayed, he was getting outfought, he was getting out-jungled as well. Like, Canyon was getting dog-walked by Cuz. These are words that I never thought I'd say in the current day and age. Maybe a tired Canyon on a dumb one because his teammates aren't good enough, but this is Gen G in the form that they are in. They have not lost anything at all besides the T1 series earlier in, of course, round 3 to 5, and this should have just been so easy for them. Like, the only two people that really stood out was Keen and I think Ruler. They were really, really fighting back. And then when they were playing the wrong champions to carry the games, the other people just didn't pick up the slack. Chovy was like fine, but he had a horror Orianna game. He had a horror Victor game. And BDD was just way better in the mid lane too. And in the end, KT, their cohesiveness was just so damn impressive because they leaned into identities and then commit all the way. There was no semblance of fear. There was no like shock towards the, of course, nameplates. And it was good to see that each individual player on KT actually had like stand-up performance. Even Perfect went in and actually got his hands dirty. So KT just beat them fair and square. Like, this wasn't like some crazy fluke. They just were better on the day.
Yeah, I would also remind people, because it's bizarre, if you ever look at the resume of Cos, mate, he has a very legit resume of things he's done. He's been LCK champion a bunch of times, etc. But what people don't acknowledge is that here's the problem. If you remember when he first came back in, when they had that long duty where him and BDD were both there, they were both fucking smurfing the league and they won famously over T1. At the time, he was one of the people blamed for Worlds. People do think Ambition just like fucking completely out-jungled him at Worlds. And they were supposed to be the winners, if you remember. They were like the favourites going into the bracket. And the problem I remember back then was, Cos always got memed on that he only had mechanics. He was like a mechanical player, which at the time, if you remember, was like a weird thing in Korea. Like, in fact, actually on Ambition's team himself. They had that fucking guy who was like Haru or what? It wasn't actually. Was it?
Yeah, it was Haru.
I
No.
think it was. Yeah, they had
Yeah, the
another
Ezreal guy. He played Ezreal jungle.
It was the same premise. It was like he's got all the hands, but then he's got like the equivalent of the Bengi in Ambition to come in and play like the brain jungler game. So the thing is, everyone actually wrote Cos off over the years. It's like, just get mechanics only. The problem I think is this: Cos jungle changes all the time. Not even just how the game changes, like the meta of what to do and where to be and how you communicate. I think people just underestimate if you're playing for like a top 3 LCK team, you have to be a master of the fucking game to actually be consistently good in jungle, in my opinion. That's why it always looks like in the top regions, there's like 3 insane junglers and everyone else looks shit. Like, it's really fucking hard. Like, what you've seen is this guy just isn't a Canyon. He isn't he wasn't one of the like 5 best junglers to ever play. He is still a good professional player though. And you've seen it like in glimpses over the years. People will forget that this guy was around in that past KT, that one that had the fucking run. Like, this guy's not a complete newbie to being good. But I agree, the idea over a full 5 games, you would say he actually out-jungled Canyon. It sounds like it can't be real, but it's true. He had, like, if I was him, by the way, this would probably be the series in my career I'd be the most proud of. This is a fucking unbelievable accomplishment. I mean, you literally qualified KT to Worlds in the 1BO5. Look, I do think that is a flawed system, by the way, that one series can get you in, but it's not like KT was the one that the number 1 seed, mate. Like, they went the hard way. They went through the number 1 team in the world, and they're at Worlds now. That's kind of actually cool. I mean, with how they've played over the last month, Yamato, I actually do think, like, I already thought KT was going to be like the 4th seed anyway and get the playing spot. Like, tell you what, mate, they might look bad versus T1 and Genji in regular season, but this team can match up with any of the Western teams for sure. That's not even a question for me. They should be better than them.
Additionally, like, just looking back to your comment about how proud Cuz should be, because I fully agree. It just, even in that series, when Canyon locked in Kiana, I got flashbacks to 2021. I thought, okay, this is how he's going to lock in. Lee Sin in a game 5. It's like, this is how much credit Canyon has as a player. That he can play like absolute garbage for 4 games and then come into game 5 and lock a Lee Sin, and we still have faith in him until the last possible moment. But in all those interactions in the game, whether it's a fight or you are standing on the objective, just to consistently defeat them over and over again, because this guy has so much experience that he can pull from, where he just clutched out games time and time again. So this series for Cuz is just legendary. And on the topic of KT as a team, like, they are fully respectable. Like, this is a team that has had a steady ramp up. Like, we saw glimpses of success already in the best of 3s. They caused some upsets. I believe they beat T1 and How Alive, but never Genji. Never Genji. Like, that was the, you know, the big disqualifier. You know, Genji was the blocker. But when I saw BDD with the Zoe performance, one of the freakiest Zoe performances, if not the freakiest Zoe performances ever, that game 4 was just,
that is one of his
miraculous.
Like, I know people probably associate that more with like maybe Showmakers. Like, BDD was fucking unbelievable on that. That was some goated shit, mate. It was nuts, wasn't it?
Oh, that was just plain and simple crazy. Like, some of these sequences, like, just so the average like viewer, like our viewers really understand. It's like, to play Zoe and to hit spells on these nameplates is a whole different game. Like, it's a whole different game. It's not like having a good Zoe game against bad players, or like having a good Nidalee game against bad players. It's a whole different thing in place, because if you don't land and you don't hit, it's like the dangers you need to put yourself in under, because you're playing against a Blitzcrank too. Like, the angles you need to find need to be very, very particular. And some of these sequences that Zoe had is like, if at some point you have these, you know, you have these frames and there's like pictures moving, and, you know, you have a video playing, you know, some of those Zoe sequences need to be like framed in the League of Legends Hall of Fame, because those sequences are just legendary.
You know, there's actually an angle that I remember last year, right? I'll give people a bit of backstory. LS is actually famously, from the time he was on the broadcast, a massive BDD defender. In fact, it was actually a thing 5 years ago when I made a comment, like, generally about BDD and some other mid laners, that like LS thought I was talking about something he just said on the stream. We had like a little beef in public, if everyone remembers, way back then. It was just like some mini drama. And last year, I remember him making this point, Yamato, and I think it's so valid right now. Here's what's underrated about BDD. Oh yeah, there's definitely been a bunch of times where obviously he hasn't fucking won Worlds, has he? So he's had a bunch of times where he was really good, but even then people would say, like, you know, whatever, Faker was better, or Chovy was better, or Showmaker was better. And basically, the big four, those big four names, have now been basically the key players in the LPL at mid lane for about like 7-8 years at this point. So like, it's quite a while. And collectively, we're talking about, obviously, BDD was there slightly before people like Chovy and Showmaker, etc. But they came in like 1 or 2 years after. And now everyone's got like over 5 years of time, etc. Sure, along the way, you had like Zika come in. Maybe Zika had times where he jumped into that top four briefly, and bumped someone out. But actually, I think LS's point he made last year is accurate. The part people miss about BDD is this. They look at the fact he wasn't the number one mid laner that often. The point you want to look at, mate, is you could make a case he was never below top four in the LCK the entire time he was there. Like, you could go back to when he comes in, like 2017. At worst, because if people don't know, a lot of his like worst years, he would still be making like the finals and the semis every time, mate. Like, it's actually the floor to his game, I think, is also incredible. His ceiling's obviously nuts when he's at his peak, but the guy, I don't know that he's ever been bad. I think he's just always been like above average at minimum. He's actually got a crazy career, mate.
I like the latter part of his career, because I do think that the earlier stages kind of, he was a part of what you mentioned before, that causing upsets within the LCK was just an impossibility. There was always like very consistent gameplay. And then some of those best of fives of those playoffs is as if it was predetermined by everybody involved who's going to win. It's like no matter what would happen in the game, you just knew who would win. And I think BDD was a part of those, some of those, like with the Genjis and so forth, with Ruler back in the days. But somewhere along the line, I think especially during his Nongshim era and then into the KT era, like even 2023, when everyone was memeing on KT for picking them, like in playoffs, picking T1 in playoffs, even in those series, BDD was just solo killing Faker. He was like solo killing him. But in that moment, it was Keen that was disappointing. It was aiming that was disappointing. It was Cuz that was disappointing, because at the time, Cuz could only play like 2 champions, maybe 3. It was like Sejuani, Viego, Nidalee, like as clockwork. You would just like know what's coming through, but you just got away with it because no fearless. But BDD has just extended his hands for so long, and that patience and that determination and that resilience is so damn respectable, because he's played last year, like the teammates he had were just what on earth. Like even in that series when they were supposed to qualify to the World Championship, beating T1, they were ahead on gold, and of course BDD was in a really good state with his Yone, because in that year it was like BDD Yone, he can carry games on this champ. But then of course Beryl kind of gave it away and got caught time and time again, and T1 made it to Worlds and they won the World Championship. That story everybody knows. But BDD in that time was still performing, was still suffering, and somehow I never thought this roster would be it. Like the entire conversation about KT this year was like they failed the offseason. Why didn't they try to acquire, like, for example, let's say Kana top lane? Paze got away because they just screwed up, and then Paze went to JDG. Like that was been the whole conversation, rightfully so, deservedly so, because we were watching BDD carry, and we thought to ourselves, what the hell is going on? Like they were switching supports, they were switching top laners. They didn't even know themselves what kind of a roster they wanted to put around BDD. And the fact that it now, in this opportunity where T1 is underperforming and Genji's underperforming, that they time it so beautifully just in time for Worlds, in regards to just the whole process. Like that's a dream process of just scaling in to, of course, the playoffs in the perfect way. And BDD finally gets what he deserves, because this guy has been suffering. I appreciate he's getting credit now for being the guy who suffers on this team, but it's been many years of suffering, I swear.
Let's talk a little bit about the bot lane of KT, because this is the biggest surprise of all, Yamato. First of all, Doc Dam himself is a meme. Like, you think of some of the past teams he's been on, and he's the one who gets all the blame. If people don't know, he even got the blame in the fucking LPL. Like, everyone thought it was a joke there too. Like, if we were talking about past fucking years, you just think back to, like, the fucking Milky Way era, and everyone was hating on this guy because it would look like Milky Way and Care, the jungle and mid of FPX, would like carry the game, and then it was like his support was good, he would be the one that'd lose you the game, he'd be the one that couldn't team fight around. Like, what's ridiculous is, in this series, this has to be one of the best BO5s I've ever seen this guy play. Mate, even in the games they lost, he was good. Like, he's actually a really weird player to me. It's what I want to ask you about, because to me, he either looks like a bit meh, or he just has an insane game. There's like no fucking in between. Like, I don't know what setting he's turned on. So what do you think of this guy? What's going on?
Oh, it's strange because like we watched him in all those games. I remember like when he joined D Plus as a replacement for
He
Ghost.
got
Like
flamed to fuck, bro. I remember.
he was very hyped back then because he was supposed to be the guy that brings in like a carry potential into Damwon because Damwon were lacking that from the ADC position.
Remember, everyone was like, it's weak side ADC, so if we bring anyone else in, we'll be mega, won't we? That was the hype, yeah.
And he couldn't fill those shoes. Like he couldn't be that guy for that team, and he was just more of the same for them. So he got a lot of shit for that too. Went over to the LPL, and he had like his niche was being good at the like CC ADCs. Like his Ashe was a niche that he picked because Life would play like Rumble support, and they would do everything they could to set up Milky Way in that one miraculous split that they had. But Dokkan being signed to this team, the memes just kept following him because he was such an easy target to dunk on because he did play bad. He does play bad. Very inconsistent in his approach, but ever since now, the last couple of, like this last month, there's been like a steady ramp up and actually carries. I think even in the previous series that they played when KT, there was like this one sequence at Atakan where BDD got caught on Aurora, and then suddenly they're fighting this 4v5 around Atakan, and he just steps the fuck up on Xayah, and you're like, damn, BDD's got teammates. And there's like a new feeling in the air, and the sun is finally shining through the window for everybody. I don't know. I really don't know how to pinpoint it. Like, Dokkan is just breaking new individual ceilings. Usually for players like this, it's like why it's so easy to go off of someone's track record, because breaking new strides individually and mechanically is so damn difficult so late into your career, because Dokkan has been around the block, and usually with the AD carry position, when they come in, they smurf right away. It's like a lot of ADCs that won the World Championship. It's the first year that they are playing, whether it's Jackie Love or like, let's say Ruler went to the World Finals on his first split. Viper was amazing from the get-go, and Griffins. Like all these ADC stories are just instantly, they start off insanely good, and then they like maintain a level, and then they just wait for teammates. But Dokkan just ramped up later on, which is just so unique.
By the way, the maddest of all was, I even made this joke, I'm pretty sure, on this show. When they made the support change and they're like, welcome in Peter from our Challenger squad, that even gives me, I told you, mad LPL triggers. Because you know that guy, the LPL, Mark, or they'd be like, anyone who just had a first name would shit in the fucking LPL. I don't know what it is about that curse. And it just doesn't sound hype. Remember, the good thing about esports names, bro, is he can be called like Dragon Death Killer 9000. Like, if that guy joins, like, holy fuck, it's our top laner. Give him some carry picks. If you're like, welcome in Peter. It's like, sit in the corner, Peter. Over here. We'll call you when you need it. Like, but actually, I tell you what, as complete nobody that they brought up, that was an interesting gamble, because they've obviously gone with like, we know this guy already for our challenger team. Tell you what, it's actually not. Listen, I wouldn't say he's a top support player, but he had like some surprisingly decent fucking performances, mate. Like he's held it together.
Oh, it's just he has some of his champions. It's like Support is also similar to that role. It's like Peter's a name we saw bounce around some of the lower end teams, but never someone that someone should have like gotten excited about. And I think that's what's just so unique, because the storyline for this team was BDD was elo held because he was surrounded by Perfect, Peter, and Dokkan. Like those names, even in this moment, even though they just beat Gen.G, I am not getting too hyped about it. Like if there's an off season tomorrow, like I would still look for those big names. Obviously, KT is working with so much data.
Yamato is they just beat Gen.G to BO5, and you haven't yet said, and so they're going to win the LCK. That hasn't even come out your mouth yet, because in your brain, all you can really say is you're guaranteed to come at least top 3. That's all we can say right now for KT.
Yeah.
For all we know, you might lose. You might get 3-0'd in both the next series. We can't even know, I'm afraid. But
it's
I
entirely
won't take
possible.
anything away from them. This is a fucking crazy result, man. This is nuts. That was the. Remember, not only was that the number 1 seed, I've just read, holy shit, I've only just realised it. How have I only just realised this moment? Bro, KT did the SKT pick to Gen.G because Gen.G picked them. Gen.G actually picked KT, and KT upset them. Holy, if I didn't even put that part together, that's even more crazy. Selection is cursed, bro. Like, if you're LCK, please take selection away. You just give me whoever's next in the bracket. Stop giving me this power with which to destroy myself. Like, no top seed in LCK can be trusted with that selection. Take it away. Just go back to the old brackets.
the bracket that we saw on Leaguepedia before, maybe that was like Leaguepedia was being based. They knew. They're like, Genji pick T1, like don't hit yourself. Because T1 look like the weaker opponent. So many curses in place. It was like we had the picking curse. We also had the all-pro curse. I just thought this shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. It's Genji. They are different. But somehow, you know, even as different as they are, we are here again.
What you referenced before, which is true, the idea people had time off. There's no actual data there. You can't use that to actually say, right, they'll be worse, right? Because it just depends on the team. Sometimes teams do have the time off and they're just fine in the game, or you just win game one so hard, it doesn't matter, and you just right back into it all there. But I will say in general, even though that was just like fan crazy angle, you know, it's not like there's nothing to it though, Yamato. I've told you in Counter-Strike, for example, we actually have had that happen quite consistently. If you're the team that 3-0s the Swiss, sometimes you're a bit weaker in that first playoff game because you've had, for real, like half a week off, and the other guy had like 1 day off, and suddenly he comes in, and he might have like battled through to go 3-2, but maybe that means he's like totally warmed up, maybe he's figured things out in his game, he's got his, you know, and suddenly you come into the game, you know, you're a little bit sluggish. There's also the detail here, which I think is bigger for Gen G, which is that if you're Gen G, I am willing to bet that because of the way that bracket was set up, you probably did practice T1. And also, you're probably not playing like you said, they weren't playing solo queue. This would be the most appropriate time of the year to give them a mini break. I'll bet over the first 2 weeks, you probably give the first week like a little bit of a break, you know, lessen burden on how much you have to play solo queue and scrim and theory. Then on week 2, you know, us and T1, because we're going to play the final anyway, so that's one we'll have blackout week. We just practice each other, keep the meta going. Well, the problem is, it's normally that joke, I think, is wacky, Yamato, where after both teams lose, they go, you can tell who they were scrimming. Yeah, but on this one, you sort of can, because if we look at T1's draft priority, that wouldn't give you any help whatsoever against fucking Hanwha Life or KT. Like they're Gen G and them were in a different universe, mate, off playing in some old meta that they later found out didn't exist. They just thought it existed between the two of them.
No, definitely. I was like, Gen G did try to like play, let's say, they did play Orianna, which is an extremely uncommon Chovy pick. But that's something that he just got smacked around for. Like, that was one of his weaker games. Yeah. So he tried to, like, pull out something new. And with Gen G, we always thought that it would be okay. They kind of get away with it. Something that was driving me crazy is, like, the narratives. Like, Chovy always chokes game 5. He doesn't do anything. And I'm like, well, bro, did you even watch the whole year?
I know, yeah.
It's like, there's, like, a group of the fandom that really dislikes like the praise Chovy is getting because he doesn't have world championships. So it's like they always come out of the, you know, they're like covered in moss completely, like because they've been like laying on the ground for so long, and now they're popping out. It's like, bro, you haven't been watching. Because even in that game 5, it's like he's playing Twisted Fate. BDD outperformed him, but always the conversation is always as if like a mid lane position or any position is like a rope they're pulling. So if BDD is performing good, it must be the other guy is bad. Yes. Like, that's the only conclusion. Like, it's like a limited amount of beans. Like, we have 10 skill beans we can contribute. BDD gets 8 skill beans, and, you know, Chovy gets 2. Look how many more beans BDD has. It's like, no, that's how it works. Like, 2 players can play good at the same time. Even though Chovy, I do say, his Orianna and Victor game was very, very poor. I think that the brunt of the blame here, though, should go on Canyon. Like, Canyon, this is the worst series for him in his career, I think.
Yeah, here's the thing. This is obviously one of the worst series Chovy has played in the last few years, but that's in the context that his ceiling is very, very high. Normally, his floor even's right close to it, and normally he's quite a consistent player. I know what you mean. Put it this way, it's not like he was like straight into games. Like, not really. It's more just like, I do think he like struggled to find his angles, and also, like you say about the Orianna pick, it just looked like they had some weird drafting idea around him too. Like, you think of some of the strengths he's had this split, that it makes the orders kind of a bit bizarre too, because that's also the danger, to be fair, with having these like super teams, is you have the whole perception, Yamato, of like, we're not playing for Chovy in the draft, are we? We're just getting the best comp because we're the best team and we have all the best players and everyone can carry, so let's just give whoever. But that in that scenario, then it's not the same as like, that's why it's harder to actually judge the Chovy performance. I agree. If this was a team where, like, if he was in KT, every draft would be based on him because you'd have to. He'd be your ultimate player. I do think he played underwhelming in this series. I'm with you on that one. But I know what you mean. The problem I think is this. People talk like choking. I want to know what fans mean by choking when they mean that. Because I think things I either mean you just really turn your brain off and you do stuff like you just hit the game stupidly. Or the other choking one to me, a really obvious example, is like when people just can't pull the trigger on the ult, for example. Like everyone, in fact, you know what? I'll use one of your fucking players. People remember this immediately. When Sakan came into the LEC again, he quite clearly had almost like, it reminded me of those golfers with the yips, bro. He just couldn't do the Azir for some weird reason. So there was some mental block. Even though, by the way, I watched that guy loads in the LFL. I know that's one of his best champions. He can definitely do that's one of his carries normally. But there was something going on that psychology. That's great. That to me, that's an example of choking. Because what's happening is he's getting in the moment. I'm sure his brain's telling him, like, fuck, oh. And for some reason, he just like, he froze or he just couldn't do it. Or, you know, he hesitated a little bit too long and the moment was gone. Like that's it. I don't think Chovy was doing any of that. He just didn't, unfortunately, have some great performances. And by the way, he definitely got outperformed. That goes without saying. Yeah, absolutely.
I think we like in this window of play, because it's very in this window of play. I don't think that there is anyone out there that has had like a better mid lane performance than BDD. Like so, some of the games, like he has good competition too. It's like Knight is fucking performing. Like he's playing super well. Like he even played a good Azir game somehow. Yep. Like he has good competition, you know, in the mid lane position. But BDD is just like performing. It's like straight aces the way he plays. I had Zoe in the Sandra game. It's crazy.
That's not even unfair. But it's, I think you could have, if this was the hot take show. Here's the thing, it wouldn't actually be that hot a take, it would just sound like it. You could say, Yamato, over the last 1 month in League of Legends, BDD is the best mid laner in the world. I think that's a legit conversation we could have. I know what you mean. The fans going to go no because they're going to think of the team and the team placing. But like you just said, I would challenge them. Okay, who else in the LCK? Because by the way, yeah, Trophy was awesome, but he's looked shit in this series now. Faker, by the way, has just been kind of like all right for the last month. He wasn't even the main best player in T1. And the LPL's a mess. Like it's nice having his super carry games or just average games. And if people don't know, it's only now that people like Shanks are playing the game again. Like, and spoiler, we all know you all hate fucking Rookie, so God forbid I bring his name in or fucking Cream. So suddenly when you run the list down, it's probably right. Like if it's not BDD, put it this way, if BDD isn't, he's like second place then, which is like, you have to give him his flowers for the team he's got. That's unbelievable. And it's consistent. Like every series he shows up now. Like the one thing you know in every KT series is he gives you a chance. And I know what you mean about how he's changed Yamato. For me, the problem BDD had the first half of his career was, like you said, he was the like super stable mage, like type mid laner who just wouldn't make the mistakes. So the idea for that is it's all going to be on like how good is his jungler. So that's why when Nick Clint was popping off on Lee Sin, you could win a game. How good is ADC? If he has some fucking sick ADC, yeah, of course. But the difference is now he actually has added that final gear to his game where he does the mega big hero play that clutches the game out for you. And it is so satisfying when great players get that, because then you really can 1v9 a game, bro. Then if you have all the resources, you're not like, right, I'm in a good position now, you guys join me. It's like, no, you can just make the play that wins the game. And that Zoe game's the perfect example. Like that was just like he was possessed in that game. He just didn't want to lose.
And the qualifier always for me with BDD, what gated his performance was how impactful his champion could potentially be against the field in the game. But now when he has teammates, he can actually leverage his depth, because BDD, what he's known for, it's like most of the time he's known for the shit he can 1v9 on, like the Azir, the Talia, the Yone. But it doesn't mean that he hasn't had periods where he was insane on Veigar, on Twisted Fate, on Annie, on anything really. It's like on mages. Like he's such a depth of play. It's like the only thing I can think of that he has played less of in his career is like the Akali and the Silas. But you know, everything else is just there. I never feel there's a game where I have to like tie him to a specific role, because now with Kaz performing the way he is, he can actually be very flexible in his approach, and he's just so damn good on everything. I just don't see a hole right now in his gameplay or his champion choices, which in Fearless is absolutely amazing. To bust out the Lissandra game 5, where I was like, oh, this looks dangerous. And then he just has like an insane Lissandra game. It's like, holy moly, okay, forgive me.
Wow, this actually gives us a moment where we can tie into a new sponsor on this show, because this episode and some of our others are going to be sponsored by a company called Kalshi, where what they do, you'll have probably seen this sort of a thing out there. They provide markets where basically you can pick like yes or no and they give you percentages, and the percentages are based on like what the return's going to be, etc. So what they've done is they do markets for everything. You've probably seen these things out there outside of even the esports space, where they do markets on predictions for other things like crazy things in life and sport, etc. So I thought the perfect time to do this is an integration, because it's going to be a conversation we're going to have now, like we do every week whenever there's an update in terms of who's number one in Korea anyway, which is like who can win worlds. Well, as you will have seen on probably the last 7 episodes in a row, every episode about Gen G and their historic run was always the idea that like they're going to come into worlds again, because we thought they'd win this split, as like one of the biggest favorites ever. Chovey's done this a bunch of times, and the question will be, does he get it done? Does he finally win worlds? Well, now, as well as having that discussion and the abstract and the historical, all that jazz, we can actually talk about who would we pick, because if you see here on Kalshi, they have a market, and the market is worlds winner. And they've got all the big teams there. If you click, you can go down and see them all. Understandably, Gen G is number 1. Gen G is at 40% chance to win worlds. T1 is number 2. I think that's accurate, 27%. Hanwha Life, you can see they've gone up 10. They're now third with 20%. I get it. They just beat T1. It's deservedly so. And they won first stand. Top esports after them, BLG. You go down, right, look. Beyond BLG, who cares? At that point in time, you're just in the weeds. And that's a crazy angle. If you really want to go nuts, look, I'm sure the percentages will make that bonkers if you somehow hit. But in this case, the real question here is this. The overall market, right? Gen G, 40% chance they're being put as to win worlds by this market, which means people have already selected, etc. And that's where their numbers ended up. We were going to have this conversation anyway. Are Gen G the favourites? Will they win worlds? That series, I'm sure, makes it more interesting. So where is Yamato at on this at the moment? Where does he stand? Is Gen G the team most likely still to win worlds? Is 40% a reasonable amount? What do you think?
I think 40% is like solid. It's pretty damn solid. I think that's something that you can play around with. It's like definitely the KT series makes it a lot more dangerous, but it's always like I don't want to fall for the bait, you know, in terms of just looking at the short term. I think it's so easy to just look at the short term. They lost against KT. It's like Gen G won everything else, and for me, they should be clear favorites. Maybe if I go with that one, you know, 40% and Gen G, it's like the only fear I have is like the format screwing them over, because we have a Swiss, and then they have the 3-0, and then they have the break again. But I think if they just have, you know, a little bit more fight, and I do think that Fearless really puts Chovy in the right state of mind for a tournament like this, and together with a ruler and of course a Canyon that have won worlds in the past, I feel like, you know, that's a solid one. That's a solid one. I think 40% is pretty damn solid. Sick to say after they lost to KT, but I have to zoom out. This is 29-1 still.
And I will point out as well, for people who care about these things, this is actually the only place you can do one of these trades that is legal in 50 states in the US. So actually, normally when we're discussing different sponsors, it'll be like, you know, where's this applicable? This is totally legal in the US. Like, this is the main place you can go and do one of these. And they actually have a bonus. I'll read it now and then we'll tell you what we'll do. So basically, if you go to kalshi.com and use the promo code LFN and you make your first $100 worth of trades, you will automatically receive a $10 bonus. So it's really, really simple. Just choose the market that makes sense for you. Could be this one in League. If it's another game, there's other ones as well, by the way. There's like, who will be the MVP of World Series? But actually, I want us to specifically use this service now, right? The key thing here is this, Yamato. If anyone's watched all the past episodes, we're not really the sort of people that will let 1-3-2 loss. I mean, we're like, actually, fuck Gen G. Gen G's done. They never win a Worlds. It's over. Choking, like whatever. That's not us anyway. I think we're more reasonable and we expand and give a bit of space, you know. But the key point here, and this is obviously the point of the market, isn't just, is Gen G the favorite? It's, what do you think about the 40%? Like, if you were to use this app now, would you pick buy on yes? Would you pick yes, Gen G 40%? Are you still confident they will be the, you know, obviously we're months away, but once we get there, they're their team. If you're going in blind to some degree, but would you be the team you pick? Is that a good number?
I think I would be keen. I think 40% is solid. I also see that it's moved like 9 down, you know, after what we've seen, which I think is rational after the KT loss. They still have some work to do. They have some time to pick up pace, but they are guaranteed to be at the World Championship. Some of these other teams aren't, you know. I think you have to always think about it against the field too. And I think at the 40%, I think after a KT loss, maybe you'll get a way better entry, you know, maybe that's what this loss was for, you know, for us to get a better entry to the KT 40% chance to win.
This is the problem, right? This is what makes it tricky, aka fun, to actually buy into these markets. Is I always tell people, whenever there's a big match coming up and the favourite has like nice odds, for example, you're going to be tempted to take it anyway. 'Cause it's like, but it's the favourite. They're the one I do think is going to win. But I agree. Here's the thing. I actually do think that you can use some intangibles. I'm going to be like the fan in your chat. I'm going to use some things that actually don't apply to the current meta and aren't things that they've done in the game outside that series. But I'll tell you a reason why I would maybe pick no on that one. Because I do still think, for me, I would have Gen G as my favourite. I think they're the best squad of players. I also think I've seen them hit the highest level, the highest consistent level in all the tournaments. People forget this. They were second in the LCK Cup. Like, they weren't even bad in that one, guys. Like, essentially, their bad moments is you can beat them 3-2 if you have a really awesome series and everyone plays out of their mind. So I would still say I would pick them to win the Worlds. And also, as of right this moment, I don't think anyone in the LPL can actually beat them in a BO5. I think those teams have just been such a mess of like rock, paper, scissors in the LPL that I think they can beat each other and they can beat the other LCK teams, but I think Gen G is too good. But as you said, you hinted at it there. The problem is, one, they are competing against the entire field. Remember, you have to just win. There's no like, but they made the final for that. No, the market is, do they win Worlds? Doesn't matter if they have an awesome run. Doesn't matter if they go undefeated. But if they lose the one series, they're done. Remember, it's a single elim tournament. And then secondly, I'll also throw it out there that the problem with Worlds, this is what makes this market exciting, is if there's any tournament in esports aside from the International Dota 2 has the same effect, where you can't just look at the 5 tournaments before and go, oh, the best team at the 5 tournaments before, they'll win Worlds then. That doesn't work in League of Legends. I mean, surely T1 showed us that the last 2 years. In fact, you can go to many, many years. People forget things like this. When EDG won, they were really good, but no one even had them as the number one favourite. That was when everyone actually picked even like FPX over them. If you go DRX winning Worlds, the IG winning Worlds, that was supposed to be the RNG. I would say if there's ever a tournament that for me feels like you enter the tournament like Mortal Kombat styles, like you go to a different dimension, bro, to play Worlds. And on that dimension, different rules apply. The meta is different. That's why T1's being able to grind it out a bunch of times. Sometimes it is just based on like an individual player has a hot tournament. I will always look back, by the way, on that EDG tournament. It's why I can't handle what happened to IG this year. That JJ guy just had the tournament of his life the year they won, bro. That was completely out of nowhere. No one could have expected that, but he did. He smurfed the whole tournament. Every series, he was just the defining factor. So I would just say this. I'm with you that they're the favourite, but I would pick no. I'll go on the opposite side of that one. So if we were ourselves to go to kalshi.com and use the promo code LFN and make $100 worth of trades, we would get the $10 bonus, and I personally would go no on Gen G at 40%. I think, not just because of this loss, but I think anyway, here's the difference. If this was like T1 was number one and they were smashing everyone, I have seen Faker hold up in those moments. I also still need to know, like the conversation we just had, what will happen to Chovy if he's in the final? I can't know, by the way. He's never been in the world's final, but that's a question I'm excited to have. Part of me knows it's exciting because he could just smurf and then all of our cool narratives come true and we get to sort of wave our fist at the fucking T1 fans. But there's also a world where might be like this series. He might have a couple of games where he's a bit nervous or he doesn't quite fucking get the pick that he needs at the right moment and he's just off his game. So I'll say no for that one. But anyway, shout out to Kalshi. I actually think, by the way, not only is it interesting to actually see if you want to buy in or not, it's also quite a cool angle, like I told you. You know, fans get really mad at us for saying what fans think. They go, hey, stop speaking for all fans. No, what we're saying is we're saying what we've seen on Reddit or on Twitter or in response to us. This is an alternate way. You can also check what is the sentiment in the community, because whatever these numbers are is what people are picking. When all the users come in and they do yes, no, and they buy into the market, the results you are seeing now essentially is forget a Riot power ranking. This is what the people who buy in the markets think is the most appropriate. So interestingly, you can even see, by the way, they do have the LPL teams in like the sort of order that actually is not that far off competitively what they are right now. So yeah, thank you. Shout out to Kalshi. Shout out to anyone who uses that. We'll probably mention it in a future episode, I've no doubt. And don't worry, they've had like millions of users and all that jazz. It's actually an established site. Right, let's move on a bit then.
Yes, sir.
So the obvious question before we move region is this. We now go, bro, to a world where, as I said before, now the lower bracket is like a gauntlet, if people haven't seen it. It's like they've combined the like last year's playoff format with like a gauntlet aspect. So first of all, we have this D plus versus Fear X match. Now, if people don't know Yamato, Fear X has beaten D plus actually in the BO3. So do you think D plus wins this one? Are they going through?
I have to lean yes here. I do think that D Plus is going to get it because I do think that BFX, their biggest edge is just understanding themselves. they kind of give me a similar energy to like a WE, where I think that D plus, you know, what they showcase against T1 is that they can be flexible in what they play. And I think they can chip away at the champions that BFX are effective on. Because the main person that you need to, of course, challenge is Diable. And I think that you can throw him off at the champions that he's going to be successful on. You can challenge him there. You can pick them away as well. And I do think that D plus have enough champion depth to actually challenge them. I think that D plus, they've had a lot of character growth. Like that series against T1, I think they showcase what they can do, and I do think that Showmaker's form is good enough to create good advantages against Vikla. But BFX is very dangerous when it comes to like heavy engage compositions. They're very savvy at just finding angles and are very good like mechanically. They're like an LPL light team in a way. But I think if you're aware of that, they become a lot less dangerous. We saw that in the KT series that they lost the first opening game. They were very explosive. They took a lead and they took away the game. Mechanically, they are there. But if you're aware of what they want to bring to the table, you can challenge that. And I think D plus can.
Yeah, here's the thing. I will take, since it's the BO5 D+. I know D+ has had their issues, actually barring that T1 series where it looked good. But I would say it this way. I know what you mean. BFX reminds me of like the MMA fighter where all they do is brawl. And if they
it's Cody Garbrandt. This
if they draw you into that type of a game, they're super confident at that start. By the way, one of the reasons why they've beaten D+ already is when they do play those lower teams, they never showed any fear against those squads, mate. Like these players do think they can win. The problem is, though, I agree. If the coaching staff of D+ does a good job drilling the team, you can essentially, just like in MMA, where you can sort of like play a bit more of like a passive game against that sort of a fighter, or go in and out, or point fight. You can definitely sort of dance around it a little bit, in my opinion. The difference is they don't have like the giga carry on BFX for me. So I think you win that one. Right. The obvious interesting part now is this, right? If D+ plays against T1, now we're supposed to go, that'll be, well, we already had a 5-game banger. Like, mate, that already is interesting because of the implications of that series. And then I'll just throw this out there. This is also the gauntlet part. This is why, actually, the one thing this gauntlet does do, by the way, is heavily incentivize being top 2 and being number 1 seed. Because the benefit for Gen G is they're going to get to see yet another BO5 of T1 before they ever have to play them. T1's going to go into that match, if they make it there, having seen one BO5 from Gen G, and it was the KT series. If Gen G plays T1 there, they will have played 3. I mean, one of them was the 3-0, but 3 full BO5 series. That's so much data to have. And the obvious problem for me is this, Yamato, because if people don't know, this all takes place this week. So we're not like weeks out like normal. It's the lower bracket gets fucking cooking soon, mate. It's like tomorrow it starts the first match. So basically, on Wednesday, sorry. So basically, to me, the interesting detail is like, I actually am really scared for T1 right now. Not just because of the fact of like, you have to play all these matches, you can come forth. What scares me is, are they going to have to like reinvent themselves? Because I feel like soon everyone's going to have seen a million games of them pro before they play the games that get you to Worlds. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of info out on them, and it's going to be hard to hide anything. Like I said about the upper bracket fight, you can't really in this moment hide stuff. You can't go, I'm saving strats. You have to sort of just do what wins you the game to get to the next match. Is that a concern for you?
I guess the information like goes 2 ways, because now it seems like out of all teams, the team that understands T1 the least is themselves. So the hope right now is that their data now, with what they've showcased on stage, like it's very difficult sometimes to navigate scrims, because you get information from what the enemy team does. You get information from your results. You get information from solo queue as well. You get information from what happens globally, and you need to tie that into what you do as a team. And sometimes you have teams just having like a complete, wacky read on what they should be doing. That's why we have these freaky niddly picks every now and then the teams do. It's like they have navigated all that data and they have landed there. It's like, we are different. We can play niddly. That shit doesn't happen as much anymore because you're just in too weak of a state, but everyone remembers those games. It's like, why the hell is this guy playing niddly? Get this shit off my screen. Pick Maokai. Like, where does he get ego from? You get ego from those places. And now T1, speaking of ego, they've been humbled. I really, really expect them to just pick the right champions for Faker, pick Gumayushi earlier, and leverage the fact that Ona and Keria can go a little bit deeper in the pool. And I think this is the switch up they need to do. Like, they should be watching Billy and be like, that's what we should do. If we're in a game 5, we should be picking Caitlyn Elise. Thank you very much, They should just copy the Billy tech straight up.
Where Yeah, I obviously, asterisk, Thorin is joking here. Any references to anyone alive or dead with the same name is purely coincidental and for the purposes of entertainment. Mate, this is where the bracket looks rigged. It looks scripted. Because are you ready, Yamato? If the lower teams all do their job and it becomes T1 versus Gen G, it's on Sunday, the traditional day of finals, for fuck's sake. Like, mate, this is just that's when everyone's off work and the entire world will tune in to watch who will come to the plane. Because fucking, like I say, I think that game is going to be fucking bonkers, bro. Because essentially, it's one of the only ways in what is actually like within the region, not as important a match, one of the most like high pressure matches for like people like Faker and T1, the Orcs, T1 and Gen G. By the way, if you don't get there, or you're going through planes, that's kind of humbling. Remember when T1 went through planes last year, that's because they were in bad form. They weren't a good team. These were the two teams that were supposed to be in the final, deciding who wins the LCK. Like, this is nuts. So I think that match is such high pressure. It's why, even though I do favour Gen G, obviously, like, I'm not going to write them off because they barely lost a series. Like I said, this year they've barely lost to anyone. Like, to beat them's really hard. But I'll tell you what, that pressure factor on them alone also adds in a little bit. I'd say it adds like an extra 10% they could lose, that they could be beaten to T1, you know, because I feel like that is going to be low-key one of the most nerve-wracking games of everyone's careers.
It's so freaky that this format puts us in a position where the first time T1 and Gen G face off in a best of 5 is now. Like, how on earth do you build a format where that's what happened? We got to see Nongshim versus Genji for what reason in winter? We didn't have a finals in spring for what reason in winter? I mean in spring. And now we are here. It's a lower bracket. This is like the one way I thought it would never happen. I thought we were going to have an upper bracket final. I thought we were going to have a rematch in the final. I thought this is what is going to give us some closure. And instead, they are fighting for, again, top 3. They're fighting for top 3 in the LCK. It's such a freaky outcome. It's so strange to even look at the bracket. Visually, it just looks odd.
Also, I said this before, but this is actually why it's so significant if you go back a month and a half when we were bitching about the format, that there was no split finals for spring. Because, mate, Gen G has had one of the craziest regular splits ever in the history of League of Legends. But if they don't win this split, it will never be remembered, bro. It'll be complete. It'll be like that KT fucking run of their own, the 2023 BDD one in summer. That was unbelievable too in the regular split, but no one remembers it because they weren't even close to winning the championship. With that said, though, I have to say, I do still think, thanks to the fact it's all BO5s, they can still win the LCK, mate. They can come back and they can beat Anwalife or KT roster, probably both. They can beat all these teams and still win the split. I mean, put it this way, in some ways, I have to say, if they manage to do that, like run back all the way and beat T1, KT, and Anwalife, it'll make them actually, again, hyped as the #1 favourite by far by everyone if they get that. I would still favour them to do it personally. What about you?
Yep. No, same way. I think they should be the favorite to take it all. Like, they should be a favorite in any matchup that they play. I think it's too small of a sample. It's like the likeliness of them facing up against a KT in the lower bracket and them just 3-0ing them, like that is entirely plausible. That can definitely happen. Beating teams multiple times is a different ball game. Especially, it's like the one period where Gen G and Duro was kind of underperforming. It was also like when Duro was having the mask. You know, maybe there's like some temporary health issues that you can bounce back from. I don't want to speculate too hard, but he did wear the mask on broadcast, so it should signify that he is getting some kind of illness, right? Sometimes the timing is just off in terms of performance.
Even though this is random, because you've mentioned that, it's made me think of that fucking meme they always do. You know the meme where they make him like a horse? Bro, that image, have you seen the one I'm on about where it's like Google AI does a horse? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Surely someone can pull this up. What would he look like? Let me see if I can find it.
So the Google AI horse Duro?
No, there, I found it already, right? Producer, put this on screen a second if you can. Where is it? I'll just try and find the image. Basically, just Google Duro Gen G horse and you're going to find the meme. It was from when they played KT. Just pull this image on screen if you can. It is nightmare fuel. When you see this, it will haunt your nightmares, Yamato. It is so disturbing.
What on earth? Jesus Christ.
Put it on the screen. It's really fucking sick, isn't it? Because the problem is, it's actually a really well done, like they blended it really well, but that makes it more disturbing. Like how his face looks, it's really fucked up in it.
Why didn't they put his fucking face on the rel?
It's so gross, though, isn't it? Like Because the hair as well, like a horse's hair. Oh, fucking. Oh, what's wrong? The fuck's wrong with you, homie? That's sick, isn't it? That's screwed.
That's freaky, man. Jesus.
Like, if I was a little
Holy.
kid, I'd have nightmares about that, mate. I'd be like, Mum, can I sleep in your bed? I was thinking of Doro again. It's okay, son. Doro can't get you. He's a support player. No, but he was there. He's a horse. No, he's not. He's a human. He plays support. Like, no, please. Please don't let... Mummy, why is Doro allowed to play Rel? I don't know, son. How about you as well? You are right. Why isn't he the fucking Rel at least? Why is he the horse? Like, that part makes even less sense. Surely he's the pilot of the horse, not just the horse itself. Fuck. That.
Bro, I need to learn from this thumbnail because this is just a thumbnail, right? This is a thumbnail.
Yeah.
I need to learn.
Listen, bro, whoever made that was cooking. Props to them. You have. And that's just so wild. That's like an actual thumbnail for the game, like for the VOD. Like click on this and what the fuck is that? Anyway. Oh, it's just gross. I told you, you'll never be able to unsee that now, mate. That'll be in the back of your head forever now. Anyway, switching over, let's talk about the LPL. Because, bro, it never stops. I'll tell you what's wild, is these playoffs have been just like the regular split was. You think you know who should be favoured. You think you know who should win. But, mate, I think the LPL is the ultimate on-the-day league I've ever seen, mate. Like, you don't know anything until that day begins and the first game begins. Like, the amount of times I've come in, like, I'll give you an example. I really did think when I was watching this series, let's just start with the most recent one because it's easier, we can work our way back. With this TES versus BLG series, when I was watching the first couple of games, that's low-key actually what I was thinking was going to happen. I was thinking it goes like this. If TES comes in and early on they're just really good, the thing I've noticed about TES is I think they're the ultimate like front-runner team in the LPL. If they just smurf, mate, they look like one of the best teams you've ever seen. They can be really fucking powerful. But if you draw them into like fucking loads of close games or like you have to make some super sick macro decision or they're in a fifth game, yeah, then I get a bit worried. Then I expect them to choke a little bit. That's kind of actually how this series was, mate. Like there was a world where they looked early on like they were just going to clap this like 3-1 type. Right, we're off. That's us. We're already in the finals. Because as much as people want to hit on TES, they are really fucking good. Like they do have a ceiling they can hit there, which I think might even be the best ceiling in the LPL. What did you think of this series?
It was such a damn roller coaster. What a series to watch. It's like even in that opening game, like I was comparing the two drafts, and I just like on paper I thought that Bilibili had the better draft, but I just thought that Top Esports draft was just more Chinese. You know, in terms of what I associate with Top Esports and Bilibili's pacing, that is going to be just a front, like just a fight after fight after fight that we got later on in the series. But Bilibili actually played patient. I was like, damn, Bilibili can play patient? Where's this coming from? They actually played on timers, they're willing to give up objectives, and if Top Esports is playing against that, there is moments where they're going to just get frustrated within the game. Because like the first two games were pretty much decided by the fact that Jakob was getting caught on the mid-wave, just giving Kaiser gold, and then even in the second game, the way Bilibili got back into the game with the scaling comp, Sivir got just into the game because they killed Jakob twice on the mid lane. But then Jakob, when he's like 0-3 down, just starts to pop off completely on the Ezreal, just completely denying the entry from Bilibili. And after that, after those two games where we had like these two, like Bilibili playing like a scaling matchup, and then we had a 1-1 after that, then the gloves came off. then the blood started rolling. And I thought when Top Esports was 2-1 up, down, and Bilibili fielded Shadow, I thought it was done. I thought it was done completely. Game 4, Knight Azir, Kalista Renata when it's not in a good state. And we have Shadow, the European, in the most ironic fashion, locks in Mauka in Game 4. I thought, there's no way this is going to happen. And then I see, of course, Top Esports just inviting the dive from Elk and on. I don't know how many times we've seen them diving that top tier 1 and just falling apart and just giving a double kill. I was like, okay, that we are sealing the deal. And then somehow they just fought the way back. Cream was getting caught. Cream with one of the worst Talia performances I've ever seen. I associated Cream. I was like, Cream, Talia might be good. And then after the game, I pull up his Game of Legends stats. This is the lowest win rate champ he has on by far. And to be fair, same thing for Knight's Azir. Like Knight has been winning his whole career. For him to have 50% win rate on an Azir is also something that should be highlighted because Azir has been OP for so many segments of his career. So for the game to end the way it did, and Shadow actually like proving himself, as he just got some groove coming into that game 5. I'm in your boat. I'm in the same page as you. I'm worried for top esports coming into that game 5.
Yes. The difference is, if you go for a game 5, I can bet on the players in BLG much more confidently and they'll pull it out. I have a question for you, because that's actually the craziest detail about this series for people who didn't watch it. They're going to think, well, BLG's been one of the better teams. No, because here's the thing. BLG has been fucking with the jungle position again. Like, Beishwan was in this series, he's in their team again. Like, they've gone away from that whole thing they did before. So that's also the shocking thing. It looked like, quite frankly, I'm going to guess they didn't really plan for him to just play the first games, Yamato. They thought Beishwan was the jungler, and then for whatever reason, they didn't like the way game 2 and game 3 went. They yank him out the fucking server, and back comes Shadow, who it looked to me like they'd put him to one side, and if they'd won the LPL, I bet he's just on the bench for Worlds. But what do you think of this? Because here's what's weird about that to me, Yamato. If you're in BLG, this isn't even about, it's actually the story of the LPL with all these teams that swap the junglers, the IG. It's not actually seemingly about the strength of the jungler, who is the better jungler. It's about what jungler do you think fits your team, because that's what these teams seem to be making the changes for. I'm actually low-key shocked by this move, because I thought when Shadow came in and they had that run in this regular part of the split, you would just commit to him and be like, right, he's the jungler now. But the problem is, because he had like a couple of games where he looked bad, they've gone back to Beishwan. But I don't get what that is, mate, because to me, it's like, are you really going to commit to me? Because they didn't. They've also then pulled him. I want to know, as someone who's been a coach, what do you think about that? Because even though Koreans most famously have actually had a lot of success, they've even been able to win worlds with cycling of junglers, etc., I do think people underestimate how hard that is. Like, I can't even imagine being a jungler, by the way, coming in for like just game 4 and game 5, or being the jungler that knows if I have a bad game, and we all, by the way, the whole team might have a bad game, but my problem is I have a fucking sub there, and if I have a bad game, then he comes in. I feel like that could get in people's heads. Like, low-key, if I know BLG's won the series, so it's hard to say this, but if I was going to tell them something, it'd be like, just pick one. Unless it's a really big emergency where this guy completely collapses mentally, pick a jungler and base it. Because I feel like he should commit to someone. You know what I mean? If I'm playing a series, I should be allowed to lose a game knowing I can still come back later and there's tournament lives. What do you think on this angle?
There's the difficulty of it, I think, always falls in distribution of scrims, especially like when you're playing fearless scrims and navigating how you make that divide is super tricky. It's like, how many games should he play? How many games should he play? What should he actively practice? Because let's say you start with 3 games with Beishwan, and then the next 3 games, maybe the champions that are being played are completely different and the meta is different. It's like, how do you pull a active comparison in terms of what they do? Because you got to navigate that. But looking at the games, it seems like Beishwan is playing like the more niche champions, the more unique champions. We had the Morgana game that he did, the Kiana game that he did, and some of the unique junglers are actually like coming through. Like we see a lot of Kiana, we see Nafiri making a comeback. Morgana, he played in the previous series too. But the moment, it's like when Shadow came in, he was playing the standard business. He was playing Maokai, Xin Zhao, and those were some of the champions that he was playing when Bilibili went on that win streak, the 7-0, where he lost himself was later on when the meta in jungle became a little bit more dynamic and he got outpaced in a lot of cases against the better junglers in like a Kanavi and a Tarzan. And Beishwan in that Morgana game was just getting slaughtered so hard by Kanavi. I guess the best Silas jungle performance we've seen so far. There's not been many, but how he found and tracked down Morgana and just completely outplayed him under the top turret, and then how he played fights. I think Billy got punched Mike Tyson in the mouth, they just had to switch.
About this. We always mention this, Yamato. A lot of people who don't watch the LPL think we like overhype Kanavi. Please go and watch that one game, and you will see now why everyone who follows the LPL thinks this guy is unreal. The only other player I can even compare him to is people used to do the same thing with Tian, bro. They could only remember the FPX Worlds run, and they saw all those failures, and they'd be like, he sucks. And I'd be like, mate, if you ever win the LPL MVP, he was really that good, that split. Like, they don't give those ones out for free. And I agree. That game is like one of the best jungle performances you'll ever see, mate. Like, this guy's hands are gold and diamond level hands. He's unbelievable, isn't he?
I think straight up Billy after that, Kanavi just like that was a Mike Tyson punch. I think they just tried to switch things up. Like straight up, they were like, "Oh shit, we're 2-1 down. We need to kind of get some new energy into the room. We need to get something different in here. The meta fits for Shadow. All right, Shadow, rock and roll. This is your time to earn your penny. Because in a world where they lose that, like they were in a losing position in that Azir game. They lose that, we wouldn't think too much about it. It would be like, oh, they just tried something because we were 2-1 down. Because I think in the end, even them winning, that's what it was. They just needed to recreate some new momentum in the series, and Shadow rose to the occasion. Like Beishon wasn't performing against Karabi, which is understandable, but in the end, I think they just tried the Hail Mary, and if that succeeds in that moment, you carry so much momentum into Game 5. It's like you get subbed in and you win. Like we saw what an impact that hit did on Beishon, because he was playing some of his best League of Legends. Like, damn, I get subbed in and I'm winning. Holy moly! We just reverse swept JDG. Holy shit! You know, God bless.
If people didn't see this series, there's like a moment in that Game 4 where it should just be the end of the series. Like TES has like a mega team fight, they win. Knight is on his ear, like you say, which classically he just picks for the comp. He's never ever actually liked that champion. I've watched him his whole career. It's not even that he's like terrible. It's just not one of his champions. It doesn't fit his style of play. Clay just doesn't have something about. If you look at that series, mate, and how far ahead TES was, like you would just think they win this one. You would just think like, right, they're in control now. You know, but like fucking hell. The thing I love about the BLG players is they're also a bit like the Handball Life players. You look at the roster of names, and you're like, fuck, they do have some really good players here, though. And whenever they wake up, if Elk wakes up, you know something can happen. If Bin does a nice play, obviously Knight himself's always there if he's got his picks. Like, this is a missed opportunity for TES. So I think you could have won this series 3-1.
I remember that moment where On just became a freak like that. The Renata ultimate where he caught
nuts,
both Cream and Lucian around the Rift Herald. Like that was completely like insane. What's so impressive about both of these teams is that there is never an ounce of fear. It's like usually it's like in teams and players, it's like, oh, something goes wrong. Everyone's going to be a little bit more cautious, maybe take fights a little bit slower. It's just relentless. Like that Game 5, what Kanavi did to bring them back into the game after the shitty start was crazy too. He found like a level 3 gang angle bot that was just a fight to the death, and then he just found an angle on mid to kill Knight as well, and suddenly that horrible start, Top Esports was in a winning position again, just strictly gold-wise, because he killed Knight, killed bot lane, killed top lane too, and then everything just shifted back and forth, because you're staring down the barrel of a disadvantage, from both sides. They are just so relentless. It just doesn't matter. They never lose, let's say, the faith in their own ability to win a fight. They just walk into every fight as if they're going to win it, which I love seeing.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like, one of the things about these two teams specifically in the LPL is they both just clearly have insane confidence in their team fight pro. They have that thing where they think they can win every team fight, which is the ultimate LPL mentality. And I know what you mean. It's why actually I'm always shocked, aside from time constraints, why so many people in League aren't as obsessed about the LPL as they are about the LCK. I feel like it's just the branding. They think of the LCK as classier and it's more professional, and the macro. And it's like, you all want fucking... That's like in MMA, watching an amazing fight like a fucking wrestler versus a jiu-jitsu guy. Yeah, if you know the super technical details, that'd be awesome. But you don't want to watch that, guys. You want to watch Max Holloway versus Justin Gaethje and have them both rock them. That's the LPL. Like, these two teams here were just like, essentially, how about we both just go zero defense and let's see who gets knocked the fuck out? And it's like, yeah, all right. Shake hands, let's go. Like, that was fucking fire. Like, these fights are nuts. Like, the one you're talking about, Yamato, if you go for that fight like BLG did and you lose, it is the end of the game. You're already down. You probably just hinted it. And you know the LPL is that games end really quickly when you wipe the team. Like, that would have been it. But that was actually the beginning of them getting back and winning the fucking series. And I know what you mean. On Game 5, they just fucking send. I don't give a shit, mate. Send this motherfucker. But it's entertaining. I would actually genuinely say, aside from like the weird jungle swap, this is actually a pretty entertaining series if people want to go back and watch it. If you only saw the result, it's actually pretty fucking fun. There's a lot of great moments in it.
Oh, this series was like just brilliant. I recommend all the LEC watchers, because LEC, I think, if anything, that I don't know what has happened to the LEC, because nobody throws hands there. It's like a little bit of G2, they look good, but everyone is so afraid to lose. It's like at the sign, a little sign of a losing fight, everyone just pieces out. I don't know how many team fights I've seen in the LEC where it ends with like, oh, the support died 1-0, and then that's the end of the team fight. That's like 90% of the fights in the LEC. While you look at even the LCK are a lot more bloody than they were in the past. Because I want to remind everybody of that moment where the game 5 KT versus Genji, there was a moment where Kuz got caught on the mid wave and they chased after him and he used Wukong ult. And Maokai was on no HP because he had to flash out, and then Kuz also had to get out, and it looked like Genji just won the Drake situation. And then Kuz finds an engage again in the last moment of his second ult rotation. And if they didn't go, and if people were just a little bit hesitant in that moment, they lose that fight. They lose that fight instantly. Yes. And that's the level that you need to operate, because some people were saying, you know, in my chat were like, oh, this LPL here, it looks so bad. It's like, oh, no. It's like, if these players play against worse mechanical players, the amount of ground and space they're going to take away from you, because they challenge you at every decision that you make. They're going to press on to you, and they're going to take anything that you give away. And operating at that mechanical level is a different ball game completely. You need to qualify to even play those games. There is no like, oh, look how bad they are macro. No. They're going to take everything from you. They're going to take everything from you, plain and simple. You need to be able to fight back in those moments where they overreach. But in order to be in that state of mind, you need to be ready to fight at all times. And that's going to be such an interesting dynamic when we get to, of course, the World Championship, because I do think that the Western teams are not in tune with this level of blood.
Right. It's the crazy thing, though, Yamato. We did say coming into the playoffs, the two best teams in theory in form was IG and BLG. Right, IG's already out. We'll get to that in a minute. But for BLG, actually, the way they've played has been quite interesting because of this jungle swap. People will forget they had to go 5 games themselves with JDG when no one respected JDG at the beginning of the playoffs. Right, now that they're in the finals, so they're at Worlds, we know they're going to be there, etc. Oh, no, sorry, if they win, they will be at Worlds. Right, do they win the LPL? We don't know who they face yet, but in theory, on paper, they can beat everyone now. So do they win the LPL?
I would say strictly based on position, it kind of just makes sense, because it's like the teams that are in the lower bracket, it's like AL, AL and Top Esports. I don't even know who's going to like make it. It's like Top Esports is the favorite, but am I gonna say it's easy? It's not the same as Genji. It's like it's not the same, that lower bracket. That lower bracket is a little bit demonic. It's like they should be able to make short work of JDG. That should be fine. So, but yes. Top Esports and AL, like who's going to make the final? I think that's in the air, even though I would lean towards, of course, Top Esports. So with that being said, I think Bilibili's position is just, they are good enough to beat the rest of the field. So I think naturally you just have to lean towards them from where they're at right now.
All right. Listen, we had our fun. We let ourselves get excited. I even saw Yamato when that match was happening. The odds for IG and anyone's legend were almost identical. And they got 3-0'd, of course. God, come on, bro, hit me with it. What went wrong? Come on, because the sad thing is, I hope this would be the 5-game banger. I want like some epic game, but didn't happen. Did not happen.
I don't know. It's like when I saw the AL opening draft, I was like, oh, AL, they know what they need to do. They need to pick Kaiser away, slam the engaged champions, and they just looked like they were back in form. When I saw Tarzan locking Kiana, I just knew Tarzan, out of all people, and Kiana is going to do insane things. And, based alone of what we saw in IG's previous series, I was so worried. I was so worried throughout, we wanted IG to win, but it's like the way we talked about it the last time, like we kind of felt like something's off here.
We did say it, literally, that Tarzan was the obvious position gap. Like he's going to be way better than we, and sadly that ended up being massively significant. Yeah.
It was just a massacre through and through. It's like IG, the only hope really was, if the solo laners, Rookie and the Shy, could find some traction. But this was...
Bro, yeah. I made the mistake last episode of congratulating the Shy for playing responsible League of Legends. I told you, that asshole that ints the game is gone, Yamato. Now there's a guy who understands he's a veteran now. This is the last stanza of his career. Him and Rookie have reunited. They've probably got, little pinky promise blood brothers. We're going to do it right, and we're going to win Worlds legit with no shenanigans. He forgot that in this series, bro. He was on his fucking bullshit. Like, mate, the problem with the Shy is this I've learned. No matter what he does, you're going to scream. You're either going to scream because he does the most amazing 1v3 outplay, or you're just going to be screaming like, what? He should be called the Why. That's what his fucking name should be. Because all I want to know is the why. Why though, bro? Why with a 1v300 towers, Vladimir? Why in the game inexplicably when you're leading? Because, mate, he had some criminal moments in this series where he was just doing that shit again where it's like, I'm sending it, lol. It's like, why though? Why? You've had such a consistent split. You've had actually one of the best splits of your career for my money.
It was tough. It's like the IG towers was just like tumbling one by one. It was like, oh, Tarzan just messed up Wei, and then like Wei, and then Tarzan and Kale are grouping up together, and then they just target the Shy, and they have all the space to do so because Meiko and Wei have zero traction in the game. And the main thing is just that the read that IG had on AL2 was also so confusing. Like they're banning Poppy, Perma. They are like banning Aurora in the opening game. It's like you were in a position where Flandre got to pick Cho'Gath in an easy matchup. He got to pick Sion in an easy matchup because it's like you showcase that you're first picking Jarvan out of all things. It's like they just made the game so easy because AO could just lean into comfort. Like those 3 drafts that they played, I'd be like, yep, these are AL drafts. Like I expect them to play this every damn time. Like if I'm an analyst for this team, I'd be like, oh, they're gonna look for this. They're gonna lean into this draft game 2, and they just kind of said, oh, here, have everything that you want. Let Flandre be comfortable on the tanks. Let's make sure that the jungle matchup is favorable for, of course, Mr. Tarzan. Why not give Wei Silas jungle? Yeah, why Wei the mechanical genius?
Why is he picking that and all? Why
in this game out of all games? Like, what's the purpose? There's no ult. Today there was Morgana ult, there was Nautilus ult, Rumble ult, Varus ult for Kanavi. Like he is even, not bold enough to just slam it. It's like there was nothing here. You're gonna steal Trundle ult? Renekton ult? Like what are we doing? Come on, man. Wait, come on. Come on, Wait.
Oh, it was gross, mate. And also, look, I'll give you the one piece of copium. The copium is, this isn't like when JDG and Top Esports fucked up last splits playoffs. They lost to nobody teams like WE. If you are IG, it is insane that your low bracket opponent at that point in the tournament can be anyone's legend, like the reigning champion. Yeah, that is nuts. But at the same time, the 2 teams you played, BLG and anyone's legend, by the way, those might end up, I would guess, well, they're going to be top 3, but those could even be the top 2 teams. Who knows, right? But so in that sense, Yamato, it's not the same as actually coming like whatever 5th to 6th, because realistically you might have lost to the 2 best teams. The problem is though, if you're an IG fan, this wasn't actually the split that was about let's just come 3rd and go to Worlds. This was about the split of like, mates, they beat everyone in the regular split. Like maybe they can actually win the LPL. Maybe the dream of this roster at the beginning of winter of like, it's a super team of veteran players in the LPL and we got all the pieces of it. Maybe that can actually happen and they can win which would be a crazy night. Like, unfortunately, like that is what died in this playoffs for me. Like, sadly, they didn't, when the big matches came, they had some of their lowest performances, unfortunately. So even though I do still think if you look at the regional, they've got a great chance to still get to Worlds, in my opinion. They are one of the teams that's going to be a major contender to get out of that. The issue is, though, like, this team shouldn't be winning Worlds, mate. Like, if get to Worlds is step 1, at Worlds, it's probably more just playoff of Worlds. I'm back to being more realistic, sadly. I've tuned it down a little bit for now. We'll see how the regional goes. If they smurf 3-0 everyone in the regional, then maybe I'm back on my bullshit. But they're just a good team, IG.
At least, if JDG lose against anyone's legend, which I expect, then we're going to be in a position where potentially IG will be in the position to just have 2 chances to qualify, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's like the way the bracket is set up is that team number 3 and 4, they play a qualification match from the get-go, and then they have another chance in the lower bracket to go through. So at least that's nice, And maybe the freak thing that we are looking forward to is that we are going to have a world where T1 and IG are the 4th seeds, and that is going to be the qualifier.
Oh, you're right. Holy shit, bro, I hadn't even thought of that. Can you even imagine? I've already just said the 4th place one for right. but even worse than LCK having Chovy versus Faker for fourth would be then you have Rookie versus Faker in their first ever international BO5 is who gets into the main event. Bruh. And that'll be China versus Korea. Like that will be the biggest viewed match of the year, mate. That will break all the numbers. It'll be nuts. And also, I'm just going to put this out there. This is where, if you're actually a Faker fan, you can't win. Because if you win anyway, I'm going to go, well, T1's a better team. They should win. But if Rookie wins, they should. Oh, Lord. I might just pay for like skywriting or something, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. We'll just go crazy on that one, mate. Like, when it mattered, though. Because remember, that's exactly what those Faker fans did for years. There was years where mid laners were better than Faker, but they would just like, yeah, but head-to-head. Well, then let's get that head-to-head going, because I'm with you. There's actually like an outside chance, that could be the decider. Because people will forget, if you don't know, guys, basically, LCK and LPL, because they're the top regions and obviously they win the internationals, they're going to have the equivalent of what we had 2 years ago, where we had that Golden Guardians versus... BDS, yes, that was it. The one where actually Adam and them came good and they rocked Golden Guardians the fuck out. We're going to have that, but between LPL and LCK for the last spot, basically, which is, by the way, it sounds amazing. Like, that actually sounds like a super hype match. Yeah, it sounds dope. I do low-key hope it's not actually Rookie versus them, though. I'd rather he just goes through normally. But I'll still take it. The spectacle would be crazy, I'll give you that, mate. It would be epic. Especially because anyone's preview can just be about this whole Rookie Faker narrative, which is always been dangling there. We never able to grab it because we never got the fucking match, unfortunately.
Honestly, like looking at where we're at right now, I think it's the most likely scenario, because IG to qualify as third seed would have to beat one of the other top 3 guys in top esports, AL or Bilibili. So it's either that or beat like JDG Weibo to get the final spot, the 4th seed, and then T1 versus Genji fighting for that 4th one.
Oh, I think you're right.
It's very likely. It's very likely, Thorin. I hope so. Just make it, IG, for the love of God. Please make it. I don't know. I won't be able to handle it if they don't.
And also, that's why we need the LCK playoffs to go that way. Because, bro, there can't be a world where that playing match is like D+ versus IG. That's just a way less sexy match, isn't it? Like, that's not as cool anymore. Like, no. You know, I would have taken KT, but I don't want to see D+ in that match. Get that out of there. Has to be T1. I'm with you. Right, okay, I've got a question for you. Anyone's Legend is doing the lower bracket run, bro. Bearing in mind they got beaten by Weibo in that first series, and it's unexpected they even be in the low bracket. I have to say, every series I watch, they do look better. They do look like they get better and better and better and better and better. Even Shanks has come online now. Like, in theory, again, same thing I said about Gen G. I do think there's an outside world where anyone's Legend can still win the LPL, man. They can come from the low bracket and get it done against these squads, especially because, for me, they've always had a level of poise, actually, as a team. A lot of the other LPL teams don't have. Like, when we were just discussing, like, the slugfest of top esports and BLG, anyone's Legend will, especially because of their junglers like that, they will play sometimes a more controlled game. Well, you think of anyone's Legends' chances to go, like, we're taking them to beat JDG, but do they beat top esports? Do they go to the final?
I think that the hardest part for anyone's Legend in my mind is the range of play. I think Flandre really hit a stride in the meta where we had like Tank Jace, the Yorick, and the Sion, and these things are still relevant now. But if it goes deeper and deeper, like against the likes of a 369 and of course Bin as well, I think that's where Flandre will potentially look worse. I do think also in the ADC position and mid lane position against both of the teams, in terms of what we've seen so far, it seems like on average top esports solo laners and of course the solo laners of Bilibili are just performing better. The main thing for me is that I think Tarzan got way too little credit for what he did for AL in the regular split too, because he was also like driving and winning games and made them somehow look relevant. Because I think if it wasn't for how good Tarzan was playing, the AL so-called, like the downfall that they've experienced would have been much more rapid. Because he kept them in money series.
I'm with you, yeah, absolutely.
He was keeping them in so many series, which made us think it's like, oh, AL is just, they just need some time to bounce back. But they just never came, and Tarzan kept performing. And now, like, I think Tarzan, the level he's been playing at is like an MVP caliber, even in this playoffs, like some of the things that he does. It is crazy to think that we are in a meta now where you can have like 1v9 games on the jungle position And somehow over in the LCK, the biggest 1v9 junglers currently in Canyon and Owner are like underperforming, while we have games like these where Tarzan picks Kiana and just smurfs his face off, Kanavi with the Silas. And it just seems like the trend is just a little bit different in the LPL, and Tarzan would be the guy to just drive this home. Like if AL win, I'm 100% sure that Tarzan would be like the MVP of that entire run. He's just been so damn good.
Because what makes the LPL so wide open for me right now is, to me, I think all three teams have like a different profile. Like if I look at top esports, like I told you, the problem always with top esports is at what moment does the switch get flipped off? When it's on, it looks great. They can beat any team in any game. But when it goes off, suddenly they can just look fucking bad and just inexplicably the series is over. BLG, for me, has been like the scrappiest team. Like it seems like it's never easy for them, mate. It's always fucking hard work. They always do have these issues with the jungle where it looks like they themselves don't know forget day to day, game to game, they don't know which jungler they want in. They just go, it feels like they just go off vibes or some shit like that. And then for anyone's legend, yeah, they haven't hit their peak form yet. They're not really like the 10 out of 10 team they were at the end of spring, where there was a reason, Yamato, we did confidently predict this team could win MSI, mate. They're going to match up very well. They haven't got to that level again. But what I like about their team is, like I say, I do think they're the more like cerebral team, and I do love the way that the pieces fit together. So I actually think right now it's really hard. But it's with predict the winner. I think it's really hard just to do the 1, 2, 3. Like, good luck doing that, anyone out there. Do it for fun now if you want, and see in a week if you're right, because it's going to be fucking hard. Like, this is actually one of the more wide open LPL playoffs I've ever seen.
It's so strange because it's like now looking at the data we have between AL, Top Esports, and Bilibili, it has been like you have Bilibili beating Top Esports, Top Esports beating AL, and then AL beating Bilibili. Like, because it's like, I think what happens for AL against Top Esports is that they are facing against a jungler that can keep up and doesn't give opportunities. So Tarzan's impact isn't as massive. And for Bilibili, I do think that Bilibili just have solo laners that can stand, like, they can stand tall even though the onslaught of ganks just happen. Like the entire series today, Knight was dying at least once to one of these ganks in every single game. Whether it was the Swain game, the Asia game, there was always some freaky gank angle that Kanavi found, dove him under the turret and just walked away with like 2 HP. And it's like, what the hell? Who the hell would make this gank? And somehow Bilibili solo lanes was still impactful. Top Esports, I think, when they throw those punches in the mouth of like Shanks and Flandre, they are very, very ineffective. They don't have like the same poise as the series continues. So it's like we have a situation where it's like these guys are good at these guys like rock, paper, scissors across the board. So it's like if I had to choose now, I think the Top Esports would beat AL, and I think in the rematch Bilibili would win again. That's where I'm at.
Say, because we've done this discussion a million times, I'm going to be rude and just say I don't care about JDG. They're not winning. They're not going to Worlds. I don't care. I'm putting them to one side. The other team that's going to be in the regional, that I have to say hasn't actually given a great showing for themselves, despite the fact they beat Anyone's Legend. It's Weibo Gaming, right? That win over Anyone's Legend, to a fan, might look better now, because Anyone's Legend Anyone's Legend was at their lowest fucking point almost at that series. Like, that was terrible. And the problem is, Weibo looked completely unconvincing in the rest of the series. Like, the TES one, that was never close. And amazingly, they did get fucking stomped by JDG. Like, this was like, I actually thought they would pull that out, and, they'd be the ones battling with Anyone's Legend in the rematch now. Didn't happen. What do you think of Weibo Gaming? What's the issue?
And it was so strange when I saw that final draft that they did against JDG, where they had like Jin, Bard, and like Zed into like a Swain and a full bulky team comp with the Lucian and the Braum. I was like, what on earth is happening? I don't know who's working the drafts in the back room, but that person needs a stern talking to, because in terms of aligning towards your strength, they completely like lost the plot. And I think that was just like the biggest downfall for them. They found the timing bad playing against JDG, because I do think that Scout is like ramping up. He's ramping up. Hayes is having like the series of his life right now. Like Hayes is breaking through. Like he's pulled up quite the highlight reel for himself. Like in terms of like an ADC in consideration for best performer. Like I do think that he's a front runner in terms of where his team is at and so forth. And him and Shun have just performed good enough for us to forget what their support is called and what their top lane is called. So as long as they do that and they continue with that, they can beat a team like Weibo Gaming. And Weibo, I think just the draft prep was really strange. I was impressed that Breeze like suddenly became good again. Not suddenly because he's been so good in the past, but he really, really was terrible in the regular split. So I really, really wrote them off. But losing against JDG was unexpected because JDG didn't ramp up fast enough, but they did so right on time.
I'll play devil's advocate for a moment. I agree, the Weibo Gaming Draft is ass. But at the same time, you don't expect in Game 4 of an Elimination Series that this is the comp you're going to be playing against. Top lane Udyr, Kindred Jungle, Swain mid. Like, what fucking year is this? What is this comp? That comp is nuts, bro. That is pretty out there. No, it's, fucking Lucian bot lane.
Finally, Clearlove is cooking, you know? It's like, this is the first time we mentioned Clearlove. Right. It's like, hey, Clearlove drafting, all right, finally. Because Clearlove was just...
I'll give him that to creative draft, bro.
Well, he's been a footnote as a coach, The EDG looked bad, Like the series against EDG, they almost lost that shit. That would have been fucking embarrassing after leaving the OG, Like, so Clearlove, he gets a little star, on his shoulder for this one. This was good cooking, really good prep into, like, the Lissandra Z, because who the hell do you want to kill here? Like, you can't assassinate nobody, and if you even come close, Kindred's gonna come down. Like, that draft cap was massive.
Yes. All right, let's swap over then. Let's talk about some other regions. Let's go and talk about LEC, shall we? Because normally we leave that till the end. So let's just do it now. Let's get into some good shit. So over in LEC, we obviously had all these massive name matchups, but actually, I think these results have been pretty interesting across the board, bro. Like, I've got to say, if you remember, the last episode was the one, was on Friday we did it, right? It wasn't that long ago we did it. It was so fucking, that's how many games were played in the meantime, guys. Obviously, the first thing to talk about is the matchup of the KC versus Vitality one. Let's talk about this one, because here's the problem. I do think, actually, mate, that, like, even though this is a KC win, bro, KC is in trouble. I know you can already tell it from the upper bracket anyway, but, like, this whole Niski shit isn't just some drama people talk about every week. That is, to me, that is like, that there could be a blow up at any moment. Like, and the way these games are going, the way they play, right? Here's how I'll rewind a second, Yamato. Right, the vibe. If you look at if you ever watch like the interviews and you hear people talking about the leaked scrims, that like in scrims they give a whole block to Niski sometimes, or he gets to play, etc. Right, I've got to say there's an angle as a pure speculation that I'm drawing, like reading between the lines, that I think's really disturbing, because the angle I would go with is this, Yamato. Right, if people are fans and they're casuals, you do not give subs scrim blocks. You might give them the odd game every now and then, or you might give them a game where, for example, like that player needs a game off, or he's ill that day, or he has to go and do something for an hour. But in general, you don't actually give like a sixth man real like scrim times. You just do the odd one. The idea is getting whole blocks. And if you hear some of the stories about, maybe internally they don't like it, I get the vibe that this, if people know that story from the Season 8 Worlds run where Fnatic made the final of Worlds, the story I revealed was that in scrims, they were just having like, it wasn't even about skill, it was about attitude issues with Reckless, right? And at the time, the internal discussion was, do we just use Whippo instead of Reckless at Worlds as ADC? Because that was obviously when the mages could play bot lane. But the problem they had was this, Yamato. The reason why in the end it was vetoed by the coaches to bench Reckless is because when they did put Whippo in the scrims, they would lose them all. And it was like, look, we might like as a team like playing with him better because he's not bringing the negatives of the other guy. But the problem is we're never winning the fucking game. But at the same time, if we play with the other guy, we're having all like, it's messing up like the synergies and people's attitudes are all off, etc. I get the vibe. That's what's going on in KC. I get the vibe that what they do is the others feel more comfortable when Niski's in and how their game's going. But that they just don't win the fucking matches, mate. And so then Niski, you almost have to put Vladdy in because he is the better mid laner and he gives you the better chance to win. But if you insert him, then whatever issues are going on, we can only speculate, seems like they manifest. And so you're in like a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you're KC, I don't know how you resolve this issue, mate. All you can basically do is hope you win the series. Like, it's too late to make any sort of, this is it. You've already tried the Hail Mary, which is have Niski available, but it doesn't sound like, I have to say, the reason why I speculate that Yamato is, I actually do think, based on everything they've said and all the incident he had, if your scrims with Niski were even vaguely good enough, you'd have probably made that switch. You know what I mean? You'd go the other way. You'd go, hey, Vladdy, I'll go on the bench for a little bit, mate. Get your shit together. We'll see you at Worlds when we get there. I get the vibe they just have to play Vladdy in these ones. I don't think they can bring Niski in. What do you think?
Yeah, I wonder. It's like the angle that I would imagine would be like that. Just Vladi plain and simple needed some form of like motivation, because maybe Niski playing those scrims and him watching him, maybe that's like the kick in the ass that he needs to actually put in effort. He needs to feel like he can potentially lose something if he doesn't put in the right amount of effort. And we talked about this in the previous episode, but just for pro players to go through the international schedule and then having a break and then coming back to form. There's a lot of players that have been great once and are not great again. Navigating that as a, let's say, rookie, that's the first year for Vladi in the LEC, like navigating that is unique. And Casey is just pulling all stops to try to push him. I wonder if there's a world that's like, everything will be so clear at the end of the year because maybe we have a situation where, let's say, Vladi is no longer a part of the team. Like, that would be just insanely crazy based on where we started, because Vladi and Kalista are like super talents. That would be like a massive loss on the scale of like C9 losing Jojo Pune in terms of what we see. So everything will be like unfolded. My angle, the tinfoil hat angle, was that Casey is like running a psyop, to like leak specific data, specific information, so teams speculate on the idea that Niski would play. And that makes the prep work a little bit more difficult. Maybe there's a world where Vladi is playing on Niski's account, and that's just all that happens. Because if I was in that situation, I swear I would run that. That. It's like they made such a big deal about them joining lobbies that it seems almost strange, like they made such a public big deal, it's like a spectacle about it that people started talking about it. And then in the end, it's like Vladi's playing, because it's like the angle.
Misdirection.
Yeah. Because the angle, if you want to have Niski in, it is those Galio games or Annie games where Vladi looks pretty bad. Like, he looks completely disconnected when he plays those champions. You could see the pivot in the Vitality series where they're like, we're going to pick mages, because Vladi is just disconnected from the team. Let him show up for the team fights, and that's going to work. But, at this point in time, like looking at KC as a whole, they're kind of like similar to what a BDS of previous years. When BDS was good, that's what KC is right now with better individual players. It's like if they can get to the team fights without losing the game completely, they can win. But in the in-between, it's like, what the hell is happening? This is very, very strange. And I think Yike had a good series here against Vitality, but, him having a good series against, I'm spacing on his name, Vitality's jungler, Linsas.
Yes.
Like, that's not hype. That's not hype. That's not enough for me to get excited about KC. Like, they are in trouble. But luckily for them, like, a Fnatic is also in trouble. So it's like everyone's in trouble besides G2, if I'm going to be honest.
I have to say, though, the one game that Vitality did win, that opener, was a fucking interesting comp to play, though, mate. There's Morgana mid.
Yeah, that was pretty freaky. Yeah. That was like at first I was like, oh, this looks just free. It's like they won't have enough damage to kill the frontliners. But at a certain point in time, you just kind of notice it's like the Black Shields just denying the Poppy and the Alistar. They have no like real way of breaking through. The engages look very wonky, and Vitality having the discipline to figure that out real time was impressive. But we also saw the other side of that coin, because that game 3 and 4 draft was just atrocious. It's like that was Weibo gaming level, like that Sivir Lulu Zed Yorick Rice comp. Like, I don't know which direction we're going. Like, this is a mystery composition where they're just picking champions that are good individually against the opponent's champ, and that's it. Because the composition there wasn't really there, and then desperately they tried to do a poke-com again in game 4 because it worked so well in game 1. But at that point in time, Casey just had 2 strong lanes and it just didn't matter. So Vitality, I have to say, game 1, interesting cooking. But what we saw in game 3 and 4 is something we've seen from Vitality throughout the year, with the moments where they just pick Yasuo for no reason, just like lose the game, and like they're just all over the place. And at some point they needed to be humbled. Like, that was also our take when we evaluated Vitality versus Team Heretics. Is like, can Vitality just fall over themselves and stab themselves in the foot? Like, that was the only way for them to lose. But we mentioned it because there's a risk of that. And I think they did so very harshly in the KC series, because I think they didn't have a chance at all in game 3 and 4.
Right, this leads, though, to a very interesting discussion. So obviously, Vitality's done. That's the end of the year for them. They don't make worlds. They actually never, ever, in any of the splits, ever made a reasonable run. They never actually challenged anyone or threatened that they could be a top team. And remember, people will forget these two details, Yamato, because I feel like people in most esports games just watch the in-game product and they forget what the organizations are like, etc. Vitality is one of the biggest organizations in all of esports. If you go into Counter-Strike, they have, in theory, the best team. If you go into games like Valorant, they're supposed to always have one of the better European teams. If you go across the world, they're supposed to be one of the main orgs. And I can tell you that, as I'm going to tie into now, they have made it quite clear they are quite sick of League of Legends being this way. Because if you go back over the last decade, they would be one of the highest spenders in all of League of Legends. They put together super teams, they've had Perkses and fucking Alfaris, and they've tried to make Bwipo super teams, and now they've had Kazi come in, etc. They bought the Mad Lions players that people wanted, Hylissang and Kazi, and they brought in Mac and Pad, and they did all these different things, and now they've gotten the players that were hyped. They've gotten Linchas, who might have been in Vitality, Carmine Corp instead. They've gone across the board to sign these players. Naknakal actually looks like a solid prospect. But here's the thing. Remember, earlier this year, there was a statement made, one of the boldest statements I had ever seen by an owner. I'll go back and I'll read it out. On the 21st of May, Neo, who basically is like the boss of Vitality, if people don't know, I know he doesn't tend to be as vocal in League, but he is the boss guy of Vitality. He made the following statement. He said, where is it? Let's see, 1 second. Yes, here we go. The day after they lost the tiebreaker to Rex, which meant they didn't make the playoffs of spring, Neo said, I told the coaches, so Mac and Pad, this will be their last chance, that if there were no results in summer, they'd be let go. They've had 2 years to prove themselves. This isn't discrediting them. They're competitors and they're the first to be disappointed. And then I'll skip forwards. Then he said, there are major shortcomings and the coaches are chiefly responsible. The shock to the system needs to come from the coaching staff. And then he goes through, like he explains that he's disappointing the players well. But essentially, based on what he said there, look, I can't know what he deserves a bad. I'm going to go ahead and guess that means in theory they're fired. That means in theory it's the end of Mac. But assuming he doesn't decide to change his mind, what do you think of this, Yamato? Where are you standing on this move?
I think at this point it makes sense. I think they've been given everything they've wanted. That's how it seems from outside. Because Linsas was a buyout. They also benched Hilly. They brought in Niski to remove Fleshy from, of course, the challenger roster. It's like they've been given so much leeway, and they have achieved nothing. Like plain and simple nothing. I think having interesting games at this point in time, when in theory this should have been like your 2-year project. Like I think it's extremely disappointing. Usually, what you have at the crescendo of a 2-year project is just a roster that can actually compete and make it to the World Championship. And I'm sure that those were the promises that they gave when they joined the team. They had a vision for having some veterans in Kazi and Hilly, and then bringing in like more rookie players and being dynamic in what they wanted to do. That was their like goal and agenda, but nothing came out of it. And I think it makes sense. It's like it just, of course, depends on what you have as a replacement, but I think that you need to shake things up and start anew. I think that's just natural from the position they're in.
Right. One problem I have is this, Yamato. Even though I am someone where if I like someone and they're really great, I can be quite loyal. I'm not loyal in this regard, though. Like, I do agree with Neo's sentiment that it is a performance industry, and Vitality is not like, Vitality isn't heretics. They're not there just to have a cool, maybe we'll make playoffs. Vitality, in theory, is supposed to be contending for every championship in the LEC, every Worlds, and a bad placing should be coming like third and going to Worlds as the last seed. That should be like the minimum expected one, especially because behind the scenes, I'm going to speculate. I don't know in League, but I would speculate they spend a decent amount of money. Like, they have good salaries. They definitely are willing to do buyouts as seen. And I agree with you. If you're Mac and Pad, this is actually the one downside, by the way, to going to a Vitality. When you were on Mad Lions, that's more in the Herex vein, mate. When you just make Worlds, you've overperformed. By the way, you ever win a split like they did, fucking hell, you've cooked. Write them a blank check. You can stay forever, mate. You can have whatever players you want. Vitality's not like that. Vitality, by the way, even if you'd have had success last year, year. It's going to be about each year. Each year is going to be evaluated quite harshly. And I agree with you. If you look what they've been given, this isn't like when you look at the Mad Lions rosters that Macapad had in the past, some of those look like you didn't have a choice over all those players. You probably got told, right, you're getting this guy or you can't have that other guy. Sorry, G2 signed that player, you know. This squad looks like we gave you everything you asked for. Think about this. So last year they had the Douglas guy. Everyone's deleted him and memory hold him. He was supposed to be a talent. He was someone who people had watched him play, actually said this guy's going to be like a promising player. They got rid of him to do this Lynch-ass gamble. That has never worked, by the way. At times he's looked all right. He's never ever hit this peak, looks like the Paris guy, of what he was hyped from the LFL. Well, the problem is, no one made you do that. There's plenty of veteran junglers you could bring in. They chose not to. They weren't going and presumably trying to call a Yankos type player to come to that. They wanted this Lynch-ass guy. It was going to work. Then think about this, right? They signed the duo that they won with in Mad Lions. They got the bot lane, Kazi and Hillisang. Now, I'm sorry, guys. Hillisang was already having problems in Mad Lions. You don't get to start the Hillisang clock in Vitality because it already began in Mad Lions. You brought him over. So if you bring him over, right, you have to understand that's a problem. So you are gambling already your future on Hillisang. Then, after he has the terrible split, and this is the worst part for me, you basically gambled on Hillisang right up to the point that Kazi stopped being amazing. So by the time you've taken Hillisang out, Kazi isn't the fucking... Kazi was the shit in Mad Lions, mate. And even that first split, or first year and a bit or so, the first part of his time in Vitality, he was still good. He still had the fucking the feel for the game, and he was on, and look, his confidence levels. Then consider this. It's not like you haven't done anything now. As well as getting the Lynch-ass guy, you've now used in 3 splits 3 different supports. I still think the biggest mistake of all, like if you're someone like Mac and Pad and you sit down and you look in the mirror and go, what was the biggest mistake I made? What if I went back in a time machine, could I undo? Dude, the biggest mistake, the biggest waste of time was the Hillisang role swap. That was so stupid. The Niski into Hillisang spot to waste a whole split of the year, that is fucking stupid. That now, listen, that was always going to be a Hail Mary. It either worked awesome or it looked like this. It looks stupid. Because now, when the flashy guy has a split, he wasn't even bad considering that was his first split of the year and he only got to play in summer. Like, I can't even evaluate that player, mate. I actually thought he had some games that were decent in the regular split. He looked all right. But he barely got to play at all and he was put into the highest pressure situation. He even knows in theory, oh, everyone's getting fired if I do badly here. Like, why not bed him in spring? If you'd have given him a whole extra split, maybe he could have been something in summer. Maybe in summer he could have come alive and they could have had more. Because the worst thing about that team, the most criminal thing about that team is I still think this roster has talent on paper, but it never all came together. It never had like a really strong team identity. It was never an awesome team in the server, by the way. They were like this. They were just a fluky team. They'd have like one game where they were good and then they'd have the other games that were just whatever. You just send it. And so much of it did rest on. The only thing, one positive I think about Vitality this year is Naknako. That player actually is going to be here in the future. He's going to be a good player. He looks like he could be like consistent, like 4th best top laner in the LEC or something. He could be. The problem with this is he's not going to be there when Mac and Pan are there, as far as I can tell. They're going to have to go, and I assume, if I had to guess, they're going to be off coaching fucking SK Gaming or something, mate. You know what I mean? Like some small squad. Because I have to say, if what Neo said is correct, maybe they're fired. And to tie it back to what I said at the beginning, it's not that doesn't mean Mac and Pad are bad coaches, but I'll tell you what, they weren't the right coaches for Vitality, in my opinion. This project just hasn't worked. Whatever angle they took, it was just a misguided approach. They need to find an org that's more within their angle. They need to rediscover themselves, because I do think it's like football coaches, mate. Almost every single football coach in history gets fired eventually, even from their best club ever, because eventually you get to the point where it's the roster that doesn't work for you, or the players don't listen to you, or maybe you're actually kind of stuck in a spot in your own career. Maybe you're like Vladdy. Maybe you need to kick up the arse. Maybe you need to be fired, go get that lower gig, get the fucking hunger again and go, I'm going to prove them wrong. And then you battle back and you update you. Because right now, it's harsh, but I think it's fair if he fires them, bro. They've been a relevant team. Like, it's only the fact that, like, almost nobody didn't make the playoffs. It means they're in this playoffs. Like, they could have missed this one fucking too, mate. So I have to say, I wouldn't blame the Neo guy if he ends up firing him, unfortunately. In fact, I wouldn't blame him, quite frankly, Yamato, if he just fired everyone off the team except the top laner. I don't even think that would be an unreasonable response, because if I'm Vitality, surely I just want to forget this whole core and start new next year, get a new set of players.
It's going to be like tying it to like the Vladdy point. We don't know where he's gonna be. Like that's something that you would want to pounce on for sure. You know, it's like there's connections here and there. Like it always depends on the market, and now it's going to be even harder because you're going to want to rebuild potentially where in a split where Navi is going to be very competitive too. In the past, you had one less competitor because Rogue didn't give a damn, but now Navi's in the race for the same type of names that you're going to be looking for. So it's going to be fun to follow through. I just wanted to add that my understanding in terms of Fleshy why he didn't play Spring was because he has the Turkish residency and the visa issue was tough. But I still think the point still stands to like put in Niski that was so random. Like just play through with Hilly then and maybe tell him it's like, yo, we are preparing Fleshy's visa. We're preparing it. He's going to play for summer, and if you step up and we are doing great here in spring, maybe we're going to get the most out of it. There's like ways to do it more tactfully, because the Niski project was definitely, I agree with you, it was just a waste of split and not the fault of Niski. It's like he just had to jump in. It was so sudden and random, and they did it what seems off of vibes. Because Mac and Pad, they lean into characters that they know. Like Niski, they work with, they try to put their pieces together. Like they worked with Hilly and didn't understand which conditions he thrives under. And they've tried to do this push and pull game. And when I think back to, the main thing about the roster building, it just makes me think about the role, of course, of Peter Dunn. It's like I think in terms of building rosters, I've always had respect for what Peter Dunn has built. I think in the game and his ideas of this I don't care too much about. But the roster he built with the Shadow, and then of course with the humanoids and putting it together, I wonder how long Peter Dunn was a part of that process in terms of finding Elioya, the Kazi. I know the story of how he found Kazi, like putting the talent together and making it work, like bringing the talent into the room and having the right people there is something that Peter Dunn has done so well over his career. And I wonder, after Peter Dunn went to EG and then Mac and Pad, they were missing that piece. It's like they brought in Cass again, but they were still missing that piece that maybe would have known how to navigate some of these pieces you were playing around with and actually put together a coherent roster. Because thinking back to those times, I do think the power of the roster was what was so impressive. Finding Elioya, finding Kazi first, Humanoid, finding him first. And like those details really, really matter. Because now, in terms of the gambits that they had in, of course, Vitality, it didn't really pay off and they didn't have the Peter Dunn touch. So in that fashion, like I remember Mad Lions as a team, when they were competing at their best, when we were like in finals against them and so forth, this was a team that was terrible in practice, terrible in scrims. And what I always heard was that they would always like cancel scrims and they would figure it out outside of scrims. They would have like the vibe based thing where they would party and so forth. But there's a chaos and a looseness that you invite with that approach that not every player is going to thrive under that system, because even during those eras of Mad Lions, they were very, very, all over the place in terms of chaos, and then they managed to just piece it together because as a group they just vibed well. Because I remember leading up to that finals where we lost against Mad Lions, we went 20-0 in scrims against them, And then when we were at the World Championship that same year, they canceled all their scrims because they were like, we can't scrim. But somehow they were still winning games, So it's like your skill set, how you transfer it, it's always very delicate. And this full-out rookie roster, building it and finding the right pieces, I have to think back to Peter Dunn, and the rosters he built with Mac and Pad.
Problem with that is, as far as I know, somebody doesn't show, he's not coming back, mate. There's no like smashing kiss of emergency. Peter, we need you. That's not happening as far as I can tell. Even though low key, by the way, what you're hinting at is actually something I have told him privately, I'll tell you, which is I told him, mate, I actually do still think you have a place. And in fact, you're needed in the LEC ecosystem. It's just that the obvious position, it's actually what you're talking about, is
an advisor.
Be like the general manager or something. Just be the guy who like does the off-season work and things like that. But don't obviously he can't do the role where you have to be on the ground in Berlin and be in the office every week. But he could do the role where it's just like the bigger picture of like the long term. Because remember, his whole shit as a coach, Yamato, that's actually some of the things he actually did revolutionize in league. Supposedly, when he was in Heretics, for example, when he joined them, he just told them flat out, if we do this, it's a 2-year project that has a 2-way runway. So you give me time. Now that ended up being short circuited because unfortunately they got all those G2 players. Like if someone tells you, despite your big plan, yeah, but we can get Wonder Yankos and Perks, part of you is going to go, we'll give it a go, won't we? Because that just sounds too like a crazy roll of the dice. But his plan wasn't that. His plan was to start with that roster and just see how it goes in year one, give people full time to test it, and then gradually move pieces out. And the idea was at the end of year 2, you're supposed to be at Worlds, and you're supposed to be contending for the title, etc. So I do think GM, I agree with you. Peter Dunn was never the guy who seemed like he was on some like God tier X's and O's in the server, like breakdown. No, but I tell you what, he has some sort of an understanding about how to put together, like balancing out aspects of people's personalities and strengths in the game. Because I agree, if you look at the rosters he built, mate, like the players on there, I didn't even think were LEC quality, like the Arome guy, and he was going to fucking Worlds with them and like finals and shit. Like that's amazing. So yeah, so I agree. I think if he could do like a remote job where he just does this talent acquisition and sort of figuring out who's staying and going, I think that guy would kill it at that. I also do think one thing maybe we're seeing here, and this happens in sports like football, is probably the most reductive thing people do in sports is we all pretend like it's just the manager. Mate, all of those guys, Alex Ferguson, Jose Mourinho, they all have like a second in command guy who's usually actually also really experienced in the game and has been with them a long time and brings a skill set they don't have. Maybe he's the guy that shouts at the player. Maybe he's the one that's nice to them when you're shouting at them, you know. But people tend to have like a staff that go with them. And I can tell you in other sports, just like this, that's what happens. If you have a mark and a pad in your squad, in fact, if people don't know, there's another thing Peter Dunn's goated at. Also, I think he'd be a great GM, Yamato. He's unbelievable at picking coaches. Look at the coaches he picked. He picked Duke. If people don't know, he was a good coach. He did a good job. He was still coaching the LFL for years. He picked Mac. He picked all these guys, as far as I can tell. Like he discovered these people and they came through his system. Even my boy Jensen Gore was working with them at one point in time. So no, I agree. That's also an area in LEC where we're missing. I mean, we always make this point, like GMs don't get fired, do they? Coaches get fired, players get fired. GMs at the moment sometimes just get to stay for years. But I feel like that's the next level for LEC is if you want to rethink your org, rethink your GM, because it all starts with that guy. It's top down for me, because he's the one who picks the coach, he picks the players, so it's important role.
I can also add from my side, like I've never said that my strength was like finding the next player. Right. Like that was never my strength. It's like I could, if someone brought me players, I could assess them super well, but I got the most out of players that were in the room. And but it's like having an ear to the ground about every single region, every single like player in the lower leagues who could potentially be good and so forth. That has never been my strength. But that's not something that I pursued because I knew that I had limited bandwidth and I'm really, really good in the room. Peter Dunn, it's like from what I've heard, him being in the room was not something that is impactful. But what worked with, of course, with Mad Lions is that they had, you know, it's like my understanding is like Mac as a person is very, let's say, empathic. He understands how to talk to people and get the most out of people, you know, make people feel comfortable. Cass did more of the strategic side together with Pad, who was more flexible. And then Peter Dunn was like finding players. Because also it's like, you know, even North America, what they pieced together with the Danny and the Georgia Pune, it's like he had a hand in that too. So I think he deserves props for that. And then in the Team Heretics run, it's like it's disappointing that it went in that direction. But a lot of this, that the friction between Perks and Peter Dunn, I think if they looked at it differently and Peter Dunn had like roles within the team that would shore up his potential weaknesses, maybe it would have worked out a little bit better, because like managing players and talking to them and making sure that they thrive within the game is a very, very different skill set for sure.
In that case, the reason why it doesn't surprise me that's the roster that failed the hardest is because he's never been around the superstar big name players that are all proven. That was never what he did in his career. I agree with you. Actually, the EG one's the underrated one. He built that almost from scratch. Like he took most of the pieces that they made and made them a championship roster by the time he'd gone. Yeah, it was awesome. No, by the way, let's flip over and talk about some other teams then. So obviously, another team to talk about here is, wait there 1 second. Well, actually, since we did the episode on Friday, that was it so far. I guess right now, look, as we're doing the episode right now, Fnatic's playing GX, but I'm going to assume you expect Fnatic to win that series, right?
Yeah. But maybe we should let it run. Who cares? Who knows?
I know, true.
I don't want to hop in and look and derail. We will have enough to... Because keep in mind, there's no LEC this week.
Yeah, that's also the weird
There's a break.
By the way,
there's a break.
Let's talk about that. There's the thing to discuss. Mate, there's something wrong with, fundamentally wrong with LEC. Now, I will say, I can already guess. Here's what I'll do as I'm talking, Yamato. I'll do it pretending I don't know. I haven't looked this up, but I'm going to pull up Wikipedia. Okay, Wikipedia. I'm going to put up Valorant, and I'm just going to look. What about the European one? European EMEA. Oh, it's already been played. So here's the question, bro. What? Okay, let me double check it. Am I missing this? Has it already actually been played?
That's crazy, if it has.
Oh, maybe it's because Champions is in Europe. It's in Paris. Apparently. In that case, what is the reason then? I was hoping it was that the studio was being used. That would be logical because Yamato, they already did a whole week off before, and some teams didn't play the first week. I don't know what's going on with this split. This split just delivers the least amount of games. It has all these crazy weeks off. Meanwhile, as we just described, the LPL and LCK segments of this show, Yamato, were us having to pretend we know who will play who in matches because they're all going to be done this week. The rest of this week is just match after match after match after match. Whereas in the LEC, we just have this giant wait now. We have to wait forever, basically. What the fuck, bro? What's going on?
I don't know, man. The LEC, this split is the equivalent of remodeling your toilet, and it's just out of commission, and the workers just come by every now and then. It's you're bro, just come in and finish. I wanna use this room that is a part of my day to day, But it's you just have a bunch of shit hanging out. There's tools all over the place, and these workers that you've hired, which is the LEC in this case, are just not finishing the damn fucking project. How are we in a world where we don't have enough studio days, don't have enough games, don't have enough anything? It's just once again the same damn question. I'm gonna sound like a one-string banjo, but who the hell is this for? Who's getting why is this break here? Come on, man. And it's the Valorant gambit. It's from what I'm seeing, it's not even paying off. So you're gonna kill the things that work for the purpose of trying to defeat CS. It's good luck, man. Good luck. On that, I'm Riot Games League, and I think Dota is what it is. They're slowly cannibalizing the TI, making it shorter, making it less significant for God knows what reasons. But, you gotta keep your League of Legends alive and thriving, and the LEC just got, headshot. And the thing is, it's now, you don't get to do mistakes like this. It's you kind of be oh, sorry guys, next summer will be better. It's this has a repercussion because when people lose interest, gaining it back is much harder, much, much harder. People realize there's other things to do. Maybe, go out to eat something nice, get some fresh air. People realize there's other things in life. You need to hold on to what you have.
I don't know, because I'll tell you one detail actually that I forgot to mention before, which was when you had that, when G2 played Kami Cop, there was actually a random detail that I saw that people were getting mad about on Twitter, but I've got a bit of information for you. Did you see that clip where Shox got hot mic'd when she was in the studio, and when she threw to the casters, she was it could just be hid, and she was going, "Oh fuck no, don't die," or whatever, right? That the problem is because it was against G2, it meant all fans were like, "What the fuck? She doesn't like G2." It's no, I can tell you the way that talent, a lot of broadcast talent work is, they have their favorite teams, but what most talent actually pull for, believe it or not, is game 5. They want it to, or game 3 in Counter-Strike. They want it to go the full distance because that's always viewed as the banger, and they want it to be exciting so both teams' fans get a reason to cheer and it gets super hyped for the last game. So if I had to guess, speculating as someone who's been in a lot of green rooms, and that's even totally plausible, that might just be Shox wanting it to go to game 5 to have the silver scrapes or something,
I have to say though, Thorin, I think I actually know the angle, with certainty.
Okay,
because the issue was they had to chrono break because of a monitor issue. And that monitor issue could have been prevented by the ops team beforehand, because it was basically an automatic thing, covered the screen, and if they set it up properly, this shit wouldn't pop up. Right. So it's not on the player's fault that they are getting completely CC'd in the middle of the fight, but the ops made this mistake. So if there's a world where that mistake would cost Koi the fight, the amount of shit the LEC would have gotten, I think that's what Shox was saying. Please, just win the fight. Because if you lose the fight here and you lose the game, the shitstorm. The shitstorm.
Yes, that makes sense as well.
Because it was a screen. It was a damn screen. There was nothing random. It was controllable. And I think that's what was so damn scary in that moment. If they lost that fight and it was a screen, yeah. I think that the conflict there would be just messy. Very, very messy.
Let's get into that series then. So obviously the upper bracket final was the Koi versus G2 one.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen this fucking narrative before, Yamato. I've seen this. This was last split. We already did this. We already did this last split. But anyway, again, right, for whatever reason, G2 is the only team that consistently can actually beat Koi. Like, you just know they're going to beat them somehow. But I have to say, this is why I actually find Koi really exciting to watch, though. Because what I love about their team is, I do love the style. Like, I think they have a really strong identity. They know exactly what their team is, who does what. Everyone knows who's in charge, who makes the call, who's going to be character. But the problem they obviously have is they don't have, like, the all-star roster of the whole LEC. Like, they still have, like, players that have to perform. And so, what did you think of this series? Like, I was hoping it would be a game final. I thought it could have got there.
I was just, I think from just G2's side, they seem to just be stepping up so hard in comparison to everybody else. It's like Koi is respectable. I think they find angles on side. You see like the regular engine in place with Elio Alvaro. I think Alvaro is kind of looking wacky on some picks, like the Bard, even though they won that game. You know, there's certain champions that they need some work on, but you can see the engine in full force. But I think we are back in the era where G2 can just suck out all the air out of the game if they want to. It's like when BB and Caps are locked in on side, they finally have teammates now that they've waited for the entire year that actually are pursuing that information. Like Labrov is actively posturing, Hansama's posturing, Skumon is posturing. They're just trying to spot people, which makes, of course, BB and Caps just be allowed to steal waves as they steal waves. And through that, G2 can always choose their fights. I feel like that's been basically the trend of the entire playoffs. Whoever faced G2 is that they are always the ones choosing which fights are occurring or not occurring, unless the game state is just in a position where it's like really, really bad. It's like that G2 draft that they lost against MKoi. You're not allowed to make a lot of mistakes there. You're playing Volibear, Nico, Annie. If you give a little bit of something, it's like the G2 classic. They always like drop one game in most cases in series like this. I didn't feel like if G2, unless barring like choking issues, I didn't really feel like MKoi could ever like win the series. It would be fun to see just a game 5 just because of the psychological nature of it, and also it being fearless and how that would impact G2, because that's still the question mark for the finals. If they get tested there, how are they going to do in finals? Because we've seen this story before. G2 has been in every final, and that's where the question marks are. But here, I think the G2 once again just look like so much better than everybody else, because Koi at least is complete. The rest of the field, especially Casey and Fnatic, just looks so damn messy that I don't think that they will ever catch up. So I wouldn't be very surprised if we don't get a rematch of this matchup in the finals.
I mean, at least the game 2 was a close one. That could have got you there. But I know what you mean. Like, by the way, even though Koi won the game with the Bard pick, that's one of those ones where, every coach needs to have this conversation with their support player where they go, listen, you're a really good support player. In fact, you're one of the best support players in this region. You know what? In the whole world, maybe you're top 20. But what is your nameplate? And they go, what do you mean, coach? My name's Alvaro. So you're not carrying, right? We've established that. Get the fuck off that Bard. Get off that fucking Bard right now. You don't get to play that. Mate, the only people who are allowed to play that is Carrier, and then, I don't know, maybe like Kale or something. Like, you don't get to play that, Alvaro. Like, that's like a fucking... that you have to understand, even in the skyscraper of great supports, there's a private elevator. What you thought was the top floor, there's a private elevator that only has an access pad that you're allowed to access if you're Prime, Carrier, Mad Life, Matt. You don't get that. Get off that access panel. By the way, Beryl's been trying to hack that panel for 10 years. You're not allowed up there. You don't go to the top floor, Alvaro. Get in your fucking links. I know what you mean. Like, that pick was not it, bro. He's so good on some of the other picks. That was not it for you, mate. I don't know what you're cooking there, but that wasn't it, mate. And I do think in general, like, it's why I have always felt like that champion in particular tricks fans. Because when you see an awesome Bard, you're like, this is OP. They should pick this all the time. Because if you land that ult, it looks godlike. But actually, that ult, by the way, reminds me of at Jungle, same thing with Kindred. You either look godlike on Kindred or a fucking idiot, bro. And the problem with Bard, people forget, is that's not like a fucking awesome support, like, just randomly in team fights. Like, the CC is just the fucking ult bit. Like, it's really hard to make that work. You have to be a genius to make that work. And I also think, forget individual play for a second. You have to be awesome, and then your team has to understand the way the champion works, mate. If all your teammates don't understand it, it's going to be really hard to ever win with it. Like, they're just not going to be in the right positions. So, and I don't blame him. Like, I'm sure he had some scrim or some solo queue game that looked awesome, but I bet it wasn't like that, mate. I bet that's not how you expected it to turn out, is it?
Yeah. No, it's just I think the main challenge, I think that MKOI, I don't know how they pieced that together. They managed to do it the last time, but it's just the prep work the last time in the lower bracket run was very like impressive. I think that's like the main way they can challenge, because like G2 right now, I think for the first time, out of all these finals that they've played and set up for, I do think that the run up to that point in the finals was gimmicky in the sense that they were very, very good at hiding like weaknesses. But now I think Labrov has like a range of champions he's performing on. Like that Renata performance was like really, really good. One of the best games I've seen from Labrov, which is super nice. I don't feel like G2's in that spot anymore where they are just lacking heavily champion pool wise. Sure, you can say why are they not locking in Rumble and the Mbessa, and maybe in a different series that's going to hurt them. But at least currently in the current meta, they have room to ban top laners, which makes things a little bit easier. And at the same time, I do think that Hansama is also kind of breaking outside of his comfort. He played the Xayah in a spot that maybe isn't the best, picking Xayah into Ezreal is kind of bad in my opinion, but we saw him perform on Yunara, we saw him perform on Zeri too. Like, Hansama was EU Gumyushi for the longest time, but he's added more and more champions to his pool, which is super cool.
No, low key, I actually think he's the only player of the main carries between him, Broken Blade, and Caps. I think his level's always been very solid this year. He might have had times where, like, there's been times when Upset or Kalista was better, but, like, bro, first of all, he's always at worst third. And then secondly, like, he's someone who, listen, that is a player you expect to step up in the LEC playoffs. That's something you can actually bank upon. So, no, I'm with you. I actually think he's looked pretty good on the Yunara. He's looked like one of those players where that's a pick that's in his pocket. He can pull that out anytime.
Yep. So I think MKOI shouldn't feel bad though. It's like we talked about KC. I don't know what Fnatic's gonna do today, but I think MKOI should be able to make it.
I'm with you. As of right now, I would take MKOI to make the final again. The question then becomes, though, like last split, can they do something crazy and be all mega clutch like they were last split finals? Or is this finally the final where G2 just wins? Like, remember, they were supposed to do it in all three so far, mate. The last two, the way they win the upper bracket final always makes you think, right, well, that's it, finally. G2 is going to be the champions. They're going to win. By the way, the cool thing here would be, assuming Fnatic doesn't actually get their shit together, we might just send the 3 split champions from Europe. That might be our 3 teams at Worlds Pro. That would be kind of cool in its own way.
Yes, sir. I think also makes it, looking at what's going on in the LCK and the LEC and also LTA North, it's kind of like, I understand LTA have like this cross-continental system, so a championship point system would be rougher and worse. But even now, like just having another little, gauntlet, just a couple of BO5s to determine for sure would be just be good. It's like there is no loser there, and I think it would have been fine. You can heavily weigh Summer, and I think like there's a world now where it's like things are determined so damn fast, and that part is like freaky.
Wait, 2 reasons I'm with you. One, I actually think regionals are better anyway, because then what you make it is, you make playoffs is just about trying to win, be the champion. But then the regional is qualify. Those are 2 different goals. And then secondly, you also get more games. Like, think about the #1 complaint in LEC should be, where are all the fucking games? Like, as I said, when we do these LPL segments, guys, the reason why I have to go, what day did we do the show? Because if the show was a week ago, that might be like fucking 7 BO5s we have to talk about. If it was 4 days ago, it was like 3 or something, so it's not that hard. So LEC already lacks for games. Can we have a regional, for fuck's sake, please? Come on.
It's just
in a weird way, LTA gets one just because of that weird. You have to combine the 2 conferences or whatever, don't you?
I just also, it's like from an LCK standpoint. So from LPL standpoint, we still don't know who is going to like get through points, who's going to get through like the first place. For it to not be determined until the finals played, I think makes it a lot more extravagant, because it's like now you're in a world where like you lose one and then it's like T1 qualify to the World Championship beating like a BFX like in the bracket. Like that part is like strange, That's just weird. LPL, once
Oh,
again,
I'm
go
with
to
you.
formats. Go to formats,
By
LPL.
the way, it's also another thing I complained about. I also am not a fan in general of this idea. Like the KT roster one's the best example. You won one BO5 and that automatically got you to Worlds. And what? That seems a bit too, I mean, too technically, but you know what I mean? Like that's still not that much. Same with MCoy. Like MCoy got it just from beating Fnatic. They don't have to do anything else now. They can just fucking not even turn up to the game and then automatically at Worlds. Like I think to get to Worlds in a perfect way, I would want you to play like 2 or 3 at least BO5s. Because then I also get a sense of how good you were on the run too. You know, I don't want to only go off regular season plus 1 BO5 or 2 BO5s or something. So I'm with you. I think that's a format change we should go back to.
Agreed. It's like even last year, right? The way MCoy qualified, they beat G2. But even though that was a championship point system, they kind of made the season finals the finals, and everyone was there, even the teams that qualified to Worlds. So it was just weird. It's like, oh, G2 already made Worlds, but you're playing against them. It's like, okay, what the fuck? It was odd.
Okay, here's the thing, Yamato. When we switch to talking about the LTA, we're obviously going to talk about Shopify. But before we talk about Shopify, why don't you talk about Shopify?
So, Thorin, I will indeed talk about Shopify because I like Shopify. we've been mentioning Shopify many times. I mentioned, if you have a business idea, the boldness required, it's not, you don't have to be that bold. You just have to open up Shopify and you can just click and drag and make a shop, because all those additional employees that you might have needed in the past, whether it was, maybe 20 years ago, maybe you need someone in the marketing department, maybe you need someone to do the accounting. Shopify has all of that set up for you. An additional thing always, the question of scale, that's a big one. It's like, oh, Shopify, can I do my small shop? It's like, no. Shopify can scale with you. There's been like household names like Gymshark and Mattel. They have, gotten started through Shopify, and they have managed to grow themselves into $1 million businesses. Like they are massive businesses. So Shopify is very capable of course, scaling with you. I mentioned, additional employees that just come at your hand. You have a design team too built into Shopify. You can get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. It's very easy. You just basically drag. It's like you can even take, if you're technologically savvy, I'm not, you can even go and you can add to the code and you can make it your own. And but at the same time, I'm not technologically savvy at all. So I could just do the dragging and the pulling. I can design it however the hell I want. It's also packed with helpful AI tools. That's where we're at in the world. Everything's got to have AI tools. And these ones are very powerful in making sure that you land, it's like in an industry, in a world where it's all about attention, everyone's fighting for it, and having the right SEOs and having the right taglines and the right descriptions to be there when people search for certain keywords tied to your products. This is, of course, something that you just have to be on top of. Otherwise, maybe your great product just nobody sees the light of day of. So Shopify's got you covered with the marketing team and the design team and all that jazz, with a very simple, subscription to Shopify. Turn your big business idea into cash with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial, which is crazy. Just do it. You have an idea, just do it. Stop talking at your coffee shop about making it big and then you work your job that pisses you off. Just go try and do it, invest some time into it, and it will be so damn rewarding, because you, of course, being your own boss is just the biggest blessing that you can have. So once again, sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/summoning. Go to shopify.com/summoning. That's once again shopify.com/summoning. Thank you very much to Shopify for, of course, sponsoring the broadcast. But we are about to tear into Shopify Rebellion, so maybe it is what it is. It is what it is. You guys are getting the marketing still from Shopify Rebellions. We are talking about your team, but we're gonna be talking about the team getting demolished by Brazil. What did you think about the series, Thorin?
I've always said this. I don't even pretend to watch LTA or CB LOL, as in the South Division. I don't watch any of the matches at all, mate. Like, the joke is, the only time I get any updates is occasionally I start reading a Peter Dunn tweet. Then I go, oh, fuck, this is about LTA. So who gives a shit about that? What I mean? Hey, check out these teams. This one's going to match up quite well. And then I go, actually, delete that. That's useless information. I don't need it. But as a result, I didn't expect anything from them. And in fact, if you remember how the other split went, the one where they had the cross-regional before, the cross-regional before was just every single LTA North team won. It was irrelevant. And internationally, even though actually, yes, at MSI, actually there was a decent run in the play-ins of Furia, etc. Normally, you have to go back for real into the 2010s to find like random upsets, and those are in BO1s of Brazilian teams. So normally, I just don't give a fuck. It's like, right, if any team's good or they go to a play-in and show me something in the play-in, then I'll start to care. Mate, when I watched this series, because I'll totally admit, Yamato, I did not watch this live. But when I saw the result, of course, I had to go back and watch it for this fucking show. And mate, this is what's crazy. There's no moment in the series ever where you can actually apply copium if you Shopify. Like game one, bro, they won game one and they could have lost that for sure. Game one was on a knife edge the whole time. So they steal it, right? Normally, what you're supposed to do there, Yamato, is go, better for us. That's going to sap their confidence. We just beat them in the game they probably thought they could get fluky in game one. No. Game two was just a shit stomp from fucking Red Canids. Like, so after game two, by the way, I'm already sat there like, bro, this could have been 2-0 Red Canids at this point. Like, this is ridiculous. And Red Canids isn't Fury. This isn't the teams that at least we've seen before. This is one of the squads where if you didn't watch LTS South, you don't even know who these people are. So, low-key, the thing that's most shocking about this series, Yamato, is, I agree, overall, bear in mind how even some of the games Shopify 1 went, this was actually like a convincing win from Red Canids. Like, they completely outperformed them. This is nuts.
No, 100%. The only games that were decisive were the ones where like Doom and K's were popping off. I know very little about these guys, but they were better than their counterparts in Palafox and, of course, Contracts. These are the guys that upset G2. These are the guys that have won a split. These are the guys that beat C9 somehow. Like it's completely even more crazy to conceive that now after they lost to Red Canids. And in my mind here, like it just brings me back to that comment about Palafox being unhappy about like the casters just flaming him. It's like I didn't really care about Shopify Rebellion's performance until he said that. So I guess to some degree that worked. But like every single best of 5 he's played up until this point, he was outperformed in the C9 series, outperformed in the FlyQuest series. Quid smurfed on him.
I'll take a player that's eliminated now, Loki from Cloud9. Bro, if you put Loki from Cloud9 on Shopify Rebellion, they're winning all these series way easier. Like, they'd be through. Like, I know what you mean. Even though his team's done the narrative, he didn't do any of this shit, mate. He's been the weak spot. Because I also agree, in this series, every game, the only 2 games Shopify won were the really close ones. They could have lost those as well. Like, they just got, it's actually mad because it's a 3-2, but I think it's a pretty dominant 3-2, actually. Like, when you watch this series, you're like, Red Canids deserve this win completely, mate.
100%. As like they played so well to make the matchup against 100 Thieves like interesting. Like it's actually not like 100 Thieves should be favored, but yes, it's interesting enough. We saw some level of play there that was interesting. They are strong in the same positions, which I think is interesting. I really love the top laner as well. Red Canids were very confident in his play, was like very decisive in his play. They just seem to be a well put together team, and it makes it also interesting because like I didn't watch CBLOL or LTA Sud, so it's like I know that this team got destroyed by the number 1 seed, so that even makes the dynamic potentially interesting for FlyQuest too. Even though the LTA team should be favored, I am impressed with the contrast because like you mentioned it before, it's like they won 1 map. And that was against Team Liquid, Isurus Gaming in that winter playoff bracket. They won 1 map out of the potential, potential 4 best of 3s. So they didn't have any traction, and to come in here and to smoke Shopify and do it in a convincing way makes it very, very exciting.
Whereas the funny thing was, even though I understand 100 Thieves had their own epic run in the playoffs, etc., I felt like from the comments I was seeing, people were expecting the Pain 100 Thieves one to be the interesting one where there'd be like a chance, whereas that was just a clean one for 100 Thieves, pretty much.
Yeah. Like I had higher expectations of Pain too, because it's like the Titan is a player that I like to follow, and I have high expectations of him. But like he dropped the ball a couple of times. Like they had winning positions against 100 Thieves, but just couldn't. It was like the classic Brazil tragedy where it's like Nasher is no longer relevant. The more fed you are, the worse you're somehow going to play. Like that's a position that Brazil has been in many times, and this was just a classic because 100 Thieves had some steal wins. Like they didn't look good, and the LTA Sud teams as well. They are visitors in the arena, and these guys like Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves, they're playing in the same arena. They're playing in the same arena they've always played in. They are on home ground.
The split I talked about before when they had the cross regional was in like South America. That was where all the South American teams shit the bed. This time it's in the fucking NA, like your home area. Yeah.
And for them to just be better and more composed in a new environment, I think that's baller as fuck. You know, I think that's cool. And
By the way, you know if you sorry, keep going.
no, I just wanted to add, it's like from Shopify Rebellion side too, the players in particular, it's like if you this is your exit. So you would have probably lost against 100 Thieves, but this being your exit, it's like they probably lost like 50, 60, 70K off of the next contract. Like, that's how expensive this loss was, you know, for sure.
No, I know what you mean. Like some of those players were in a very good position to like get a. I mean, the obvious ones to me would be like the bot lane. I think the bot lane of that team could very quickly go and get better jobs elsewhere and get some fucking new gigs. Right. The obvious banter here, Yamato, is as you said, after the way that Red Canids played, I can't just completely imagine they're just gonna like 3-0, 100 Thieves. There's a world where they beat 100 Thieves, and if they beat 100 Thieves, boys, it's literally LTA is a one-team region. It'll be FlyQuest plus 2 South teams. Mate, the level of shit talk on you North Americans is going to be crazy, fam. You better all be the biggest 100 Thieves fans ever. I know this is the end for them in the league, but you better have the fucking jersey. You better fucking pray to Nate Shot. He won't be watching the games, don't worry about that. But, mate, this is going to be embarrassing if 2 NA teams get knocked out in that way, mate. Go on. That's
I would be... Like, with the whole discourse around LTA, it's like... The viewership numbers that came out weren't surprising at all. It's like it's painfully obvious with all the random changes, no continuity. We've hammered home these same points time and time again. It's like if they don't send another team, like at that point, like every day that goes, I just feel worse and worse and worse for FlyQuest. Because if they are still in the conversation of being the best in the West, training and practicing, getting better in a region that has no other team, literally. Like that is impressive in itself. You know, like that is, you are doing some crazy shadow boxing, you know.
Even though, yeah, we've done it a bunch of times. Let's do that little convo because yesterday, actually it was this morning. Was it this morning? No, it was yesterday. Yesterday, Monty did a tweet because he tracks this shit where he actually posted the numbers. And he's not comparing, by the way, guys, to like 10 years ago when it was CLG. No, he just compared to last year's summer split when it was LCS North. LCS Summer 2024, and everything is down, bro. So average viewers are down 21%. They're just 75,000 now. Peak viewers is down 39%, down to 159,000. Hours watched is down 53% to 4.7 million. And then hours broadcast is also down 40%. Now, the reason why those numbers are bonkers to me, Yamato, is because you can just take like not even a big Counter-Strike tournament and you could beat those numbers. Like that's impossible because in League, in theory, you had the biggest possible viewership in the 2010s. Yeah, it was easy for the major regions, especially at NA, to get like the joke back in the day would be if it ever dipped below 100k concurrents, you'd think like something wrong. Like is there something wrong with the internet or something? Like the idea that like we're going down from 95 to now we're on 75k average viewers. Like, I'm sorry, that just implies like no one gives a shit about the league anymore. And those numbers are just a graph that just goes down and down and down and down and down. Like at this point, I don't know what turns it around because I can tell you trends like that aren't just like this split trends. Like having, like even if you signed 10 awesome rosters or you, I don't know, fucking Doublethorn retires and comes back to play, that's not going to do it. That alone won't give you that spike. And the years of whatever's happened, it's really hard to turn that. To me, that's like turning one of those big tankers around me. It doesn't instantly turn it. It takes like 10 minutes to go. So in this analogy, you probably need like a 3-year plan to get it back to wherever you want to be. And then let's add in as well, the worst luck of all time, Yamato, would be that 100 Thieves actually makes Worlds. So you mean the team that was in the final of the last split and then went to Worlds, then just left the like. That looks so, and they're your guest team. That makes everyone look like a clown, unfortunately. And the real sad thing is this, Yamato. When I do watch this broadcast, there's plenty of problems with the LTA. The broadcast isn't that bad. It's not super sexy. They haven't really got a good angle or anything. But like, I enjoy watching Emily Rand talk. I like some of the casters. Those are some of the best League of Legends casters. I like people like Raz tries to bring some personality and have some fun angles with it. The problem is though, like, you're not trying to attract me, a 40-year-old boomer who watched all of esports. You're trying to get the kid who I think, quite frankly, they either don't watch League now, they've quit if they're American, or they just get up and watch LCK in the morning, or maybe they're an LEC fan. They're like a fan of one of the teams that like G2 or Carmine Cop or so. It feels like NA fandom is just done, mate. They're just done with this game, unfortunately. And I don't know about you, but I don't have like a very, I can't envision how it turns around at this point. I feel like it's sort of just going to dwindle out and die. And what will happen is the rest of the world will still exist. That's why oh yeah, I'll tell you where I'll tie it to, Yamato. When FlyQuest did that publicity stunt last week, where they were like, a lot of teams are leaving the region and the game is going down. And I already told my Discord, don't worry, there's no chance they are actually leaving and saying that, for fuck's sake. You say that to do the rug pull, to go, everything's terrible, but we're here for like 3 more years. In their case, it was they just launched they launched like a fucking clothing collab or whatever the fuck, right? But I actually made the point to my Discord, though. Here's what doesn't really work about that, though. When you say, like, but League's bigger than ever, yeah, not your region, where all your sponsors are and where your ownership is and all your fans are. Like, how does China and Korea being insane numbers help you and your sponsors in America? It doesn't. And actually, if people don't know, I'll tell you a very serious reason why actually it's the orgs like the Cloud9s of the world you should be worried about, Yamato. Because I actually think if you're Riot, the only reason you can continue LTA, in my opinion, is you're going to have to actually give money back to those teams. I think you're going to have to go closer to the VCT model, and it's going to have to be, you have to give them their buy-ins back, mate. And here's the reason I say it, because you desperately need the Cloud9s and the FlyQuests of the world. If these teams and these orgs, Cloud9's probably the last team, look at the last org that has old school fans. If those orgs leave, you are cooked. And the reason why this is so significant is I can tell you 10, 15 years ago, if you were in North American esports, they had way more money in their ecosystem than Europe, right? I know I used to work for a European team. And what they even told me back then, the North American orgs like Evil Geniuses and Cloud9, is back then, because all your sponsors are North American, they didn't even need you to be in League like the world champion. You don't have to be T1. You just have to go to Worlds every time. You just have to win a few LCS. Because to an American sponsor, if they hear, well, I'm an American sponsor, you're an American team, and you won the American League, perfect. You're the number one team in America. That's all they wanted the sponsor, because that he can sell off that. The idea that you're like irrelevant teams, now no one watches the league. And when you go international, unless you're FlyQuest, you're not doing anything. I mean, sadly, Cloud9 did nothing at the EWC like that, and they're not even going to be at Worlds. Like, that region is so doomed. I'm sorry, I don't like to be a doomer, but I don't know how it turns around, mate. I feel like it's just going to die, and we're going to become a 3-region fucking game.
No, I'm with you. There's so many decisions along the way that have just been so bad for the momentum that they had at one point in time. The shift of focus from internally what was making them successful, the accessibility of the players and the personalities. It's like how famous all of those guys were in Korea even.
But you're like me. I think of some of the times when it used to be like Jensen versus Bjergsen in the final. Bro, I was hyped. I was like watching the Super Bowl. I was waiting until 2 in the morning for that game to start. It was fucking sick, wasn't it? That was actually like legit hype.
Yeah,
now I watch some of these like I did now. I have to watch it for the fucking show. It's like bloody, it's like homework, like fucking hell. I'll put 2 hours aside, you know, like.
It's like Doublelift, Bjergsen, Jensen, like these guys being out. That was like the last remnant of the old era of the LCS, because they were the follow up post COG era and TSM and so forth. They had so much momentum. They were talked about in every. They was the most popular region. Like they were talking about in China and Korea. Like everyone knew about these guys. They were rock stars. They were superstars. And then at some point, it was just that one. Lucian getting caught by a Victor that just shifted the focus. Like, we need to win internationally. We need to win internationally.
I just love the idea in your mind that the whole like we gotta go back, but the moment in time you would go back to save NA is you would just jump out of that teleporter as Doublelift's about to flash in. Just be like, no, don't do it. Don't do it! And then it changed all of history. That's the butterfly effect. That changed the whole future of the whole league. Basically, Doublelift through the entire future of the LCS. But that's the headline.
You know, if maybe.
It's so, in a way, in a really extended way, it's sort of low-key true, though. I know what you mean.
Yeah. So the shift changed to competing internationally.
Yeah.
There would be no conflict of interest conversation with double lift. There would be
Yep.
no spring split is useless conversation with
Yep.
double lift. There would not be all of these things along the way. You know, like it's painful to look back at and say like the rebranding. It's like for the OGs, like we knew how pissed Europeans were for us losing the EULCS name. It's like, why the hell are they getting the LCS name? We got a rebrand with LEC? Fuck that shit. But there's like, everyone took it in stride and everyone worked really hard because this was when the LEC broadcast was really peaking. Them being like not under the supervision of NA really made, of course, the LEC pop off. So it's like, there's so many things along the way that have just screwed over everything, and I don't want to come across as like a capitalist, you know, pig, just but it's like you just put all the money possible, invite all the big players, and make this a region where you have just full freedom about who you recruit, and I think that's the only way you revive it. And you pull in interest from everywhere and just make it into a league that is fun. Because in the end, the teams that are winning are the ones that have great players on green cards. Is that really like a good metric to go by? Because the talent pool, as sad as it sounds, it's like it's just not there anymore. So make it wrestling, make it entertaining. I think that's like the only way to really save it. Or we will go into a future where somehow the LTA is going to be absorbed by the LEC. But the issue is that they have that arena next to the Riot office. Like that would be the kind of forfeiting that implies so much more. And I think that they need to hold on to that for their life, just because of the implications. Like that is the arena you've built next to your headquarters. If that falls, I think the implications are way bigger than just the league. So navigating that is tricky, but I think they just gotta open borders. You know, open borders. I know. Maybe it's hard with visas or whatever, but they just gotta open borders for the LTA specifically.
That's how you know politically that we're in a different world, because in the game of League of Legends, I agree with open borders. That would be the one area you would find me on that side. Normally, I'll go the opposite angle usually on that one, you know, but it's all good. No, I actually low-key do agree, Martin. I'm literally serious. Look, put it this way, if you tasked me, you know those guys who come in, they're called like crisis CEOs or something, where your company's failing, it's like a huge public company. So you bring these guys in who are specialists at like trimming the fat and rebranding and doing like a Hail Mary. Here's what I would do if I was brought in tomorrow to save LCS, LTA North. What I would do is this. I would literally, like I just said, look, I get why for Riot you wouldn't want to do this, but this is what I would do to save it. I would basically say, right, all the orgs that were here from before, like fucking Cloud9, Team Look, you get your fee back. Whatever amount you've paid so far of the fee over the years, you get it back. And then now that I've given you it back, so you don't like own anything in the league anymore, now I'm basically going to do a review. And I'm sorry, all the other orgs, the smaller ones, Disguise, Toast, and Digs, we're going to do a review, and it's going to be like VCT. I want everyone to apply, and I'm going to go, and I would actively court them, by the way. I would go to FaZe Clan, Optic Gaming, all the famous brands in Sentinels. I would go to all the brands in Valorant and Counter-Strike and Call of Duty that are big North American brands, Envy, all these classic ones, and I would tell them what would be attractive to you to want to run a team in my league. Because the reason why you need to do this, Yamato, is one, you need orgs that have enough investment money they can sign big name players. Because as we're pointing out here, another reason that you've sort of tanked your league is, I'm sorry, Parler Fox, you can't be a marquee player in this league. If you're a marquee player, no one gives a shit about this league. If you're the worst mid laner in the LTA, now we've got a fucking league. Now we could actually do something, mate. So we need big names. So we need people who can afford to sign, like Europeans. They can afford to sign fucking Koreans. And then secondly, the reason I want those orgs I just listed is those orgs have fan bases. There are people who play Valorant who must have played League of Legends. There's people who play Counter-Strike who definitely played League or Dota or something. If you get these fan bases, you at least have something. You have people who know how to hype an event, how to market it, how to do a homestand. There's another thing, by the way. I would also take the lesson of the LEC, which is the best thing in the LEC right now is those homestands, because the Spanish and the French know how to set up an arena event and get all their fans there, and everyone buys a jersey. I could trust that people like Optic and FaZe know how to do things akin to that. This just happened in Counter-Strike when you saw it, bro. FaZe isn't even close to the number one team in Counter-Strike, but because they had Simple, the entire American arena was just fucking hyped for every FaZe game. That was like almost the home team, even though the joke is they only had one NA player in the lineup. It doesn't matter. They captured the hype and they had the swag. So I agree. In my opinion, you've got to do a crazy Hail Mary, because if you just do this approach where you tweak the dials one and then down one and then up one and then down, that doesn't do it. That's just, well, as you call it, like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. It's not going to ultimately fix anything in the long run, because this league is either going to die or it's going to have to completely do a resurgence. So I think you go for the Hail Mary. I still believe there's loads of American brands. It's just they're not in the LCS anymore. There's just Cloud9 and Team Liquid. Man, people forget even FlyQuest was never that big outside of League. I don't even know what other games they're in, bro. I assume Rocket League or something like. I don't even follow games they're in, so I feel like they've let it gradually wither. So it's time for, like, you have to have the joke here is you need a revolution. You need a Shopify rebellion, as it were. But you need actual revolution in the fucking league, mate. You got to rethink it all. And one last thing I'll say is this. This is a little bit salty, but you know what? I've earned it. I've done this show for fucking 10 years, 11 actually. Right? Here's another thing I would just put out there. Dear Riot Games, dear Riot Global Office, you know how you're the guys who ultimately decide everything. So even if the LPL want to do their own things, right? They might want to hire Thorin for their LPL finals. Riot Global says we didn't approve that. You know, the LCK, they had their whole way of running esports for decades before Riot Games. No, Riot Korea, you do the way we want. We're Riot Global. We know best. Well, all I'm going to say is this, Riot Global. Your flagship project was the LCS. That was yours, your home region. You ran and made all the decisions for that. And it's the shittest project probably in the history of your game relative to where it began. You were essentially the guy who got a small loan of $1 million from your dad, and you have 4 cents and a button in your fucking pocket right now. So crazy idea. Maybe stay the fuck out of everyone else's business. Why not let the European office run everything there? Let the Chinese office run everything there? Let the Korean office record-breaking numbers. Let them run their own fucking regions, because you don't know what you're doing. So half of you that haven't already, fuck off to Valorant, and the ones that are here currently in NA, I'd be doing a Neo from Vitality. I'm firing every one of you motherfuckers. You don't know what you're doing. We need new management. We need new people, because that was their region, Yamato. And I've heard, like the ULCS thing you referenced, they have made a lot of decisions over the years that looked like if there was a choice between NA and something else elsewhere, NA always won. NA always got what it wanted. So it hasn't worked. It's like the government. If the government continually fuck up, you have to fire the ministers and bring someone new in. You don't just keep the same guy doing it for 50 years. Like, even just for appearances alone, that's what you do. So I just hate the idea that, like, if you're Riot Global, you might have been able to brag about the Worlds of the past. You have mismanaged your own region really badly, really badly. And I think it's tragic, actually, because it's not like esports isn't big in America, Yamato. It's just League isn't anymore. That's what you fucked up. And also, I do think the mistake they made was thinking Valorant would be as big as League. It's good, but it's not as big as League. So if you ever thought what you were actually going to do was, like, you know, when it get even, you were going to hop onto that horse and let the other one no, that hasn't worked out. Like, that one, Valorant probably will never be as big as League. That's why I think you should. That's why also another thing. Stop this shit where, like, Valorant takes away studio time from League. Grow the fuck up. Actually get 2 separate things and run each region solely for what's best for that region. That's what made LEC awesome, was that LEC stopped being like the bitch fucking piggyback. Oh, everything we do is to build as like a pre-show for NALCS. As soon as that stopped, LEC flourished, mate. It became its own identity, its own league. It became massive. It even had better teams, you could argue, had better investment, everything. So I think that's another thing. You've got to, like, sometimes Riot is too hands-on. You've got to let the people who know what they're doing fucking operate, for fuck's sake. Anyway, there wasn't as many games because we did do an episode on Friday because I was ill. Still ill, but whatever. Doing episodes, fucking soldier. It's all good. Maybe I'm Palafox. Doesn't matter if my performance is that good. The show was done. As long as the show wins and the team wins in the end, that's all that matters. Let's do a little break and do some Q&A, yeah?
Sounds good. Let's do it.
we're back for the viewer questions segment. All questions will be taken from the Discord, the Last Free Nation Discord. So if you subscribe there, you will get access to like a crewmate section or something. And within that, there's a channel called the SI Questions. By the way, technically, if you're watching live on Twitch and you are a subscriber, if you submit it like within the next 5 minutes, there's probably even time I can answer it on this one. But I select the ones that are interesting, and then we just answer however many we want. But since last week we had a super mega episode and we didn't do any questions, we'll do a few more, but we'll do like maybe like 20 minutes, half an hour or something. So let's see what there is. First things first. Let me have a good one. Let's have a look here. Right, here's a good one. It was actually submitted just now. Franny Boy says, what was your dream job when you were a kid?
I have this drawing because we had this thing in school where you had to like draw yourself, and my dream job was like I just wanted to be a scientist. I just wanted to invent some shit, you know. Like I have this drawing, and like I'm there with like beakers and shit with bubbling stuff. Like I don't know what the hell I'm making there, but I'm inventing some shit, some medicine or some new. I don't know. Like I always thought that I would be in the field of. Let's say research and academia at a very vague level, because that's what I expected. Because I like growing up, I was really into like math, biology, chemistry, all that shit, and that was the line that I studied in. But then I found League of Legends, and I'm contributing only talking points about the game now. So the pivot.
The funny thing is, when I was a boy, I'm assuming like a lot of people, I was massively into like comic books, for example, and all like nerd shit. But one thing I didn't know as a boy is I never used to check like who wrote the comic book. I used to just see who the characters, you know, Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. So when I was a boy, I actually already used to think, surely the coolest job in the world is whoever the fuck makes these comics. These are fucking dope. Like, what an awesome thing. Now, to be fair, back then, I actually didn't understand it's a whole team. So back then, I used to even try doing like cartoon shit, which I have to say, I was never like a super skilled drawer. That's not my style. So essentially, when I was older, this idea did develop into the thing. I've actually often said I would do it still potentially in the one day in the future, but probably won't now, being as I'm in my 40s. I'm still killing it in esports. I would essentially like to be a comic book writer. I think that's actually a really fucking dope job. It also has a very unique quality to it, which is that if you actually do that job, something a lot of people won't know is this. Because if I told you a classic comic book to go and buy, like Watchmen from Alan Moore, the classic one from the 80s, if you go and buy it, you're going to buy it as what's called the trade paperback, like the simple volume of the whole, all the issues together, and it's going to be like, I think it was like 8 issues of that or something, right? You're going to buy that and read it as a whole story, and you'll read it like you would a book, like, right, it's a complete story. But remember, because those are published weekly, most writers actually don't plan the whole thing. They have like the basics, and they're changing it week to week. So it's actually a very difficult creative job, because you can also potentially be affected by things like they might cancel it in 2 weeks. So I've got to change the storyline and hype it up all of a sudden. Or maybe people aren't vibing what I was writing, so I try and tweak it. So it's actually a job that sounds like it's really challenging, actually, both very creative. Like, obviously, the genius of that particular thing. If people don't know, I'll tell you another reason why I think that job is mad underrated. I was a fan of the independent filmmaker called Alejandro Jodorowsky, right? He's a guy from like Mexico who made these like really weird, like hippie occult movies. And what he realized was, you can get like in the 70s, for example, he was getting like John Lennon or something like to give him like $1 million to make one of these movies. But what he realized eventually was making movies is really expensive. You have to get people to back you with loads of money, and then it must sell a certain amount and box office wise to make their money back. What he realized was, wait a minute, instead of a whole film crew, if I just get an awesome artist with the same idea, that's all I need to do a comic book. I can do the same story as a, and so he did that for the next 30 years. He did comic books that what were ideas he'd had for movies that he couldn't get made as movies. So essentially, the reason why this would be like a dream job for me, except I already do my dream job, is all I would need is a good artist or multiple artists. As long as I can come up, no matter what you come up with, the genius of the artist for a comic book is he's everything. He's the camera, he's the special effects, he's the production value, he's everything. You just write what he has to show, and then if he's really creative, he shows you something even more amazing with how he visually represents that. So I also think it's a very interesting job, because essentially it's just mainly two people connecting together and collaborating. It's quite an interesting angle. So that would be my dream job. Probably not going to do it now since I've did all this esports shit, haven't I?
Yo, random question to you, Thorin.
One.
If AI ever becomes powerful enough to do this, you know, like you would have your own drawers through this.
Yeah,
would
true,
you
right.
Would you think this what's your take on AI in general in terms of like the creative aspect? Because there's a lot of conflict there, right? In terms of how it steals from artists and so forth. I was curious about your take on
My
on
problem is
AI.
because I'm like deep into both spirituality and conspiracy shit. I low key think AI is sort of like a medium to communicate with like evil entities that exist in other dimensions. So personally, I wouldn't want that person to be my comic writer. You are right though. If in future, essentially, a simple prompt could generate like people try to do with Studio Ghibli stuff or whatever, you could do that quality. It would actually be a way to make it so that like literally someone at home could make an awesome comic book. You are right. In the same sense as obviously the ultimate example of that would be what happened with music. Music went from you have to like get all the musicians, you all have to play your instruments, you all have to hire studio space, and you need to. Whereas in the modern day, with all the computer tech, if you know how to acquire the software, you can do it all in your home. Literally, GarageBand type shit can do everything nowadays and make it sound like you're an actual professional musician. So, but it's weird. I wouldn't do it, but I actually do think in the future that could end up being a way to sort of like make it so that you don't even have to find the artist. You just already have that access, and it's all about how skilled you are as writing the concept. Yeah.
It's gonna be like we're gonna be a part of the crew like in 50 years. Like we're gonna show like on the neck is like we are not chipped.
Yeah.
We are part of the unchipped, and we're gonna be chased by the
Bro,
governments.
this is one of those few areas, believe it or not, Yamato, where if I was ever to sit down with people from your sphere, I could probably find an unusual common ground because I'd go, guys, it's all there in the stories of the Jinn. What they all like fire related things. Well, that's like computer chips and how they're working with crystals. Like it's all there, mate. It's all there.
My sphere. What is my sphere, Thorin?
Listen, mate. Your background, people you know. That'd be my way.
I don't know what this means. Crystals and jinns.
Jinn is like demons. Well, they're not really, but within like the Islamic world, that's like their interpretation of like malicious spirits, right?
That's basically the translation, you know. It's like it would be like evil spirits, but that's like a common in the major Abrahamic religions, you know. So.
No, but the difference is though, I actually feel like Muslim people, I like it. But it's weird. A lot of people who say they're Christian are just culturally Christian. They're not really Christians nowadays. They don't really believe in the devil, for example. They just think that means you bad temptations you have or whatever. I feel like a lot more Muslim people are a lot more literalist. They really do believe these things exist and that those entities exist. That's why famously, if people don't know, without going into a whole thing, that's why Muslims don't drink alcohol. Alcohol essentially is the idea, like we even call them spirits in English, Yamato. Like the idea is when you take the alcohol, it opens you up to being influenced by these entities, right? It's like kind of this is what I'm vibing with. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm not an AI guy. It's not my shit, mate. No, I did laugh. I laughed at that Doro picture, but that also could have just been Photoshop, to be fair. So who knows? I don't know if a demon did that or whether it was just a demon in Photoshop.
Oh, that's a demon.
There you go. Exactly. And by the way, that did look a bit demonic. I've got to say. That's all I'm saying, Yamato. If that's the best they've come up with is making some nightmare fuel horror movie shit of Duro as a horse.
You're giving people ideas out there, bro.
I know. Please don't generate a whole mini movie about Duro as a horse. I don't want to say that. That's too much for me, you know. Right. What about this question? This is an interesting one. Nadnub says, with Karsa qualifying to Worlds again, so I'm assuming the talent team must have made it or whatever, where do you rank him in an all-time jungle list? Ooh. It's interesting. Where does Karsa go in the all-time list for you?
Honestly, his stint in the LPL, his time with Top Esports, his time in RNG, it ended bad, but he had a great run, fantastic run, and he was together with Maple the major reason why the LMS were considered the career killers. What Karsa did in those games mechanically, some of his Lee Sin games are very, very easy to picture. I even have these memories of the first scrim set I ever had at an international level was against Flash Wolves at my first World Championship, and I remember how hard they just smacked us with Lee Sin LeBlanc. And for me, someone that had watched them play, it was fun to see the rookie boys, being who are these guys, and then they got to, let's say, get hit by that magic. Really, really harshly, because it makes you pay attention, that punch in the mouth. So in the context of everybody else, it's Karsa's had a Jankos-esque career, right? I think it's very similar because longevity is extremely, extremely impressive. I think the challenge always with jungle currently is that we have a bunch of other names that have had a similar level of longevity. But on a like just a short-term answer, I can easily see Kasi breaking it into my top 10 easily. Just based on longevity and having like being like a top 3 in what he did during that era. Being a top 3 was super impressive. It's like 2018 RNG, the one that was supposed to win like the world championship. It's like that's him, that's Casa.
Yeah, people don't know. That year they had him and MLXG, but what they did is most of the time when it was the big ones, in spring it was MLXG, but then in MSI, that wasn't that after the group stage, they put Casa in, and then they won the tournament. And then in summer it was him again. So he was, people do forget he was on one of the best Chinese teams ever. Then he was on like an unbelievable team from the fucking his home region of Taiwan that was insane, the runs they had. Like, people forget this. It wasn't like in 1 year they beat SKT a couple of times. All the top Koreans for like something like 5 years, you just knew this team would get like a BO1 upset off them. It was ridiculous. Like, I once counted it. They had something nuts, man, like 8 or 9 BO1 upsets or something crazy like that. Like, it's actually incredible how they did it. And he was one of the main reasons why, because obviously jungle is one of the OP positions. Think about the way it works in the game. It is designed to create a man advantage for your player to get a kill and to shift the momentum on the map. So I do think people underestimate. He was unbelievable in his own region, but he had his own period in the LPL. I will say those latter years, like, it was sad when they got to that like V5 team or whatever and he sort of fell off a bit. That was a bit of a bummer. And obviously they didn't actually make much use of the fact he had Knight in 369. Like, he had the championships in the LPL, but he wasn't as good internationally. Yeah, the problem Carter always had for me is this: he did have a little bit of choke in him. You know what I mean? Like, when it would go bad out of nowhere, he could collapse and look fucking shit, unfortunately. But I do think, I agree, a mixture of the ceiling, the heights that he hit, the context of where he comes from, and especially the longevity. Like, look, I don't really count the longevity as continuing now, because now he's just back in his own region. His region's smaller, and he's just playing because they're just legends in the region. But if you want to look at the real period, we can look at a sort of like, probably like a good 7 or 8 years where this guy is like, if not elite at the jungle internationally, right on the border. And I do think, because I did this a few years back with Jankos after the G2 Super Team run, I was like, people haven't realized yet, just Jankos' longevity, ceiling, and accomplishments would put him in like a top 5 conversation all time for jungle. In fact, I even made the case back then, because Canyon hadn't done it yet. You could have argued he was the best jungler ever. Yeah, obviously, if I was to pick one game out, I'd probably take a Korean. That's just logical, right? But I think the same thing here. If you ask me one game to save your life, I'm going to probably take 5 Korean junglers, Yamato. I'm going to take like fucking Canyon, Score. I'm going to go down the list, aren't I? But the problem is, if you ask just like who had a career, that's what people count greatest as now. This guy, top 10, I think he easily makes it into. I think the conversation is he like borderline top 5? Like, he's had a very, very good career, yeah. So I like the question. Yeah, it's a fair question, especially because a lot of fans, unfortunately, most of his best time was early 2020s or 2010s. So you'd have to go back to watch it. But if you ever want to look up a great game, just go onto a Gamepedia, look up some old Flash Wolves results, mainly at MSIs, where they get those BO1s, and find a game where he has a 6 scoreline. I'll guarantee it'll blow your mind. He was a really good aggressive player for sure once upon a time.
An additional good angle to look is for the watchers that are like LEC fans, what Casa did to Fnatic for the reverse sweep. Casa was demon mode. Like his Lee Sin and Nidalee game to bring them back was insane. Absolutely insane.
Fede says, what's a movie you saw for the first time this year that you've loved? So is there anything you've seen this year that you actually loved as a film?
I stumbled onto The Green Book, with Viggo Mortensen and Mahershala Ali. Like, these guys are just insane actors.
This is the one where it's like set in like the African guy's like a driver in like the races south or something. It's something like that, right?
So basically, right? Like the African American man is a world-renowned pianist, and he's basically like he's a professor, so it's like doctor. It's his title.
Viggo Mortensen's the driver, right?
Yeah. Right. And it's like the implication is like going down to the south is just like a terrible idea. It's like really, really dangerous. And the character development that they both go through, the Italian guy and the African American man, like the way they go through that development and how they frame the story is just amazing. I think always those movies, they need to be carried by great dialogue and acting, and there is nothing else to lean on. I have a deep appreciation for movies like that, and I think the storytelling from start to finish is just like splendid. Like that's one of those movies where I instantly showed to like my mom and my brother too when I came over to Sweden. Like that's a movie that I would recommend to absolutely anybody. Like just I won't spoil too much, but fantastic movie. I love this movie.
Now, the downside for me is, in theory, I should know because I do that foreplay review show. But we do so many movies, you might. I'm having a hard time thinking what ones hadn't I seen till this year that I watched. So I'm scrolling, but I'm actually thinking I'm just going to pick one that wasn't even to do with foreplay. I actually only recently, a few weeks ago, watched that movie, the one with that Bob Odenkirk guy. You know that movie called Nobody?
Oh, okay, yeah.
It came out like a few years ago. It was like 4 or 5 years ago it came out.
Yeah,
In fact,
yeah.
there was a sequel this year, I think. Right? It's basically, if people don't know, I don't know if it's actually by the people who made it, but it's kind of like John Wick. But I think it's just better than John Wick, mate. Like, I actually thought that first movie was a really fun film, mate. Like, just genuinely, I mean, I don't know about you, but I am someone who also does nostalgically look back at those awesome 80s and 90s American action films and think, like, where have those gone? Where's like The Rock or fucking Predator or Terminator or Rambo? So those were the shit. And part of what made those movies awesome, Yamato, is they did, like, they took themselves seriously. They didn't make it like, lol, this is just a joke. Like, even though it's over the top action and super machismo, they treated that seriously though. Like, what you love about Predator is there's no gags in it. Like, there are, but it's like, that's what you're supposed to be like thrilled by. Like, oh my God, is he going to survive? So that's what makes it epic. What I liked about this film is like, this film managed to give me the action of those films, but in the modern day, people don't want like that. They think that's silly. They think it's too like cheesy. And this one knew how to weave comedy elements in. Like, it did have an element where it didn't take itself too seriously on the action part. So the action is really ridiculous. The stuff this guy's doing is like beyond even Neo in the Matrix. It's ridiculous shit. But they just make it feel really. Put it this way, no joke. If you enjoy action movies, I would just put the first one of those aside. Don't look anything up online. Just go and watch it. I'll bet money you will enjoy it. I think you would really enjoy it. It's actually just a really fun movie.
From what you said, it's like I love the John Wick movies. The Rambo movies, I come back to them. Like the Rambo movies, I come back to them once a year. So it's like if it's in that alley, like, you know, I'm down. Sylvester Stallone is like my goat, you know, my goat.
And by the way, I'm not like a huge fan of that actor. I think he's all right. I wasn't like, I don't like Breaking Bad. I've never watched Better Call Saul. So I'm not like a fan of that guy and I'm hyping it. Like, actually, normally I'm not even like in modern day. I don't even give a fuck about action movies. No, the reason this one's fun though is like I say, it just nails all these elements of how they do it. And like, you'll just have to watch it. You'll just have to watch. But I'll say, I hadn't watched it myself because I looked and I was like, it just looks like a random Hollywood, you know, like a popcorn movie. It's actually just a really fun movie. I think they nail the tone in this film. And I actually might do one day a little video on my side channel. So if I ever do that, you can watch that to find out more. Anyway, next question. Let me have a look here. Need for Speedo says, how good are teams at judging gold advantages and advantages in general, since they can't see the team gold differences the way we see them as spectators? By the way, I love the question because that's another example of where I often think things on the screen, fans do forget that that's not what the player sees. I mean, the classic one is Fog of War. Like, they think everyone's a moron who gets ganked. It's like, mate, if he had no wards, he doesn't know anyone's coming. So he's right. As fans, we will often, because the broadcast, it's the classic thing to highlight, isn't it? It's the goal difference. They'll be like, oh my God, they're 4K up. But actually, if you're playing in the game, you might not even know that. Maybe you're winning your lane. So what would you say to this? How good do you think teams are having a sense of where they're at in the gold lead and stuff like that?
I think in a lot of cases, like let's say weaker players would be like psychologically affected if they get like killed in the game. Like if they get aced once and they don't have like a good connection to like being able to press tab and actually look at the details of what happened. Like there's a lot of players and teams that are built like that, that if something goes wrong, they will be in the state of mind that they are behind, even though it might be distant from the truth. I think the more elite you become and the better you are, it's more, let's say, tethered to what information you can get from actually pressing tab, because that's where a lot of decisions come through at the highest level. There's like team fights that are being fought in maybe what seems to be a crazy way, but it could be a simple detail as like, I know that the enemy can afford IE, and if he bases now, he will have IE, so I need to press and force now before the recall happens. So that awareness and let's say that feel for how much gold the counterpart are just accruing, like that is something that the best players are going to be aware of. Like we mentioned before, it's like Tobisos and Billy. What we mentioned, what we like about them is the fact that there doesn't seem to be any change after they get be defeated in a fight. They seem to be very, very quick to be like, oh, okay, we lost this fight. We're going to go into this next fight. Let's look at the details. This guy has no flash. Let's try to look to punish that. There is no like, oh, we lost this fight. Let's be cautious and let's be safe. Because that's something that you see from, especially like the lower end teams in the LEC, like BDS, Team Heretics, SK. It's like, oh shit, we made a mistake. We're on the back foot now. We have to wait until the enemy makes a mistake and then they kind of keel over and they just kind of die slowly. But it is definitely like an active, let's say, conversation that happens at a pro level in the game, because just understanding when you're stronger, when you're weaker, needs to be tied to actual, the items and the levels and the flashes. That's the main thing that people focus on.
I do think it's gotten way harder. Like, if people don't know, a famous distinction between League of Legends and Dota is that in Dota, it's the level of the hero that gives you all the abilities and shit, makes you super strong. In League, it's the gold and the items that give you the stats. So it's actually a different game in that sense. I'll say the problem in League for me is this. Think of some of the things they changed over the last 5 or so years. So, for example, back in the day, if you're really old school, the dragon used to just give you money. That was the point of doing it. You used to fight, so you got more money, so you got more items. In the modern day, you give up dragons if they're just not an important dragon or they don't matter to your company behind the game. So sometimes the other team taking dragons doesn't mean they have more gold than you. Then also, how about the fact that, like, in the past, yes, kills used to have a pretty good correlation to how much money you have. Well, the problem is shutdowns mean that that's not necessarily the case. So if you don't track the shutdowns, you might look on the scoreboard, we're a lot more kills, but that might not matter because they might have gotten the key kill on your main carry that gives them like a mad shutdown with way more gold than you'd get. So I do think it's trickier. I do think that aspect is true. With that said, though, I as I alluded to, I actually think the broadcast over focuses on the gold lead. Like, I think that is some shit that was more relevant 10 years ago. Do you know what I mean? 10 years ago, when you had the old game, if you really did have like it wasn't even 5K, it was like 3K gold lead, you'd probably win that game. In the modern day, I don't really care if you have a 3K gold lead, because my question is, do you have like 3 of the dragons you need? Do you have all your gold on with your one carry? And does the low econ guy, the guy that has no money, like, there's loads of other factors that make that way more even than it actually is in this case. Like, I would ask the question, I think in the modern day, the gold lead's less relevant than like, what weapons do you have and how powerful are your weapons versus theirs? So, okay, here's a question for you. Milkman22, appropriate question in light of our conversation. Classic campfire question. Do you believe in ghosts?
I don't believe in ghosts. It depends on what variant of it. Like, I don't want a Jordan Peterson. What is a ghost? Define a ghost. I'm not gonna Jordan Peterson it, But I think in the sense that it's like, I think after, let's say, your spirit and your soul moves on, it moves on. That's my take. And maybe they watch over you, something like this. But I think, like, bro, if I turn into a spirit and I can move around, I'm piecing the fuck out of the earth, bro. I'm leaving.
By the way, I do know what you mean. If, like, depends what you mean by ghosts, eh? In a way, and we all ghosts of who we used to be yesterday, and who we are tomorrow. We'll be ghosts of who we are today. Like, I know what you mean. You can do that all day long, can't you? I will say something similar, which is, even though I do believe in entities, by the way, I'll just make a quick distinction here. Believe and prove are 2 totally different things. They're not even the same concept. Proving is the idea that in the real world, you can, using logic or physical evidence, show that something happened. Belief is, what do you actually inside of you think is the case? That is a totally different thing. So you don't need, by the way, by definition, you don't need evidence to believe something. That's how all belief works. It's a different function in humans, in my opinion. So what I believe is this. I don't believe, like Yamato says, that if you die and either you have an awesome life, you just come back and you can whisper to your, like, loved ones, hey, go left instead of right, and save them. And I also don't believe if you had a horrible death, you just stay in that room and then everyone that goes in that room, you haunt them like, oh my God. But I'll tell you what I do think. I think something in the middle. I do think that there are other entities, or saying forms of life's hard because people are going to think of an actual physical thing. I think there are other forms of consciousness that exist. And here's where I will meet them in the middle. I think that essentially whatever's outside of the physical world, it feels like they have access to more information, whether it's the future or the past or whatever. They have access to more, or what people are thinking. And what I think is, I think entities can pretend to be ghosts. I think what they do is, if they were in your house and some entity was trying to fuck with you, it wouldn't come to you like I'm an alien or weird. It would come to you and it would pretend to be someone you knew or someone who lived there before, because that would be a way to interact with someone in the material world, using someone that used to live there or someone that you used to know, because that's like a vessel. That's why I think so much of the occult is like, I want to talk to my mom, or, oh, wow, is someone looking over me? I think that's what the entities play with, because it attracts humans to them to want to engage with that stuff. There you go.
Okay.
Right. What about oh, actually, here's a good question. That's a joke question, but we could use it to tie into a recent topic we didn't talk about that much. Keku says, is it possible that Riot is introducing WASD mechanic so that Faker's wrist is not a problem and he can play for longer? If so, what would be the next step to keep Faker alive forever? So there's two things. One, we can answer that question, but two, let's also give like a little 5 minutes on the WSC thing. So what do you think? By the way, it's a joke question, but what else should they introduce to keep Faker going forever? What should they do?
We just hope ghosts are real. And he just continues gaming.
Okay.
No, it's just I honestly think the introduction of the WASD movement will do the opposite. I think it will make everything that Faker
mechanical.
knows. Yeah, it will be more difficult, because like the mouse is you're still gonna use that. You're gonna be moving a little bit less, but at the same time, all that muscle memory that is ingrained. It's like the injuries he has have been formed around him doing something. And it's like usually like these arthritis or all these things that got built up, and these pains in his shoulder and the elbows. Like it's because you're doing something, the same thing, too much. Like that's where those injuries come from. It's like there's imbalances in your body. And if he's going to then switch it up to play WASD, it's like all that legacy, all that muscle memory is just not going to be put to use. And he has to relearn that. He needs to be playing way more hours than he is already. And that's probably like impossible. So I think if anything, I think the WASD movement, I hate the potential introduction of it, because I wouldn't want to be in a world where, let's say in 2 years, all the best players are the ones that have come up with WASD movements. Like the best ADCs are those that use the WASD movement, and all of that legacy of these players is just going to be worse. Because I think no matter how you spin it, unless they make it more difficult somehow to operate with it, I do think that someone that plays at the peak of WASD movement is going to get more out of any champion. Like people are thinking only ADC, but if you get good enough on everything else, just having that sharp cutting movement to just dodge spells, and if you tie that into any champion and you're good enough and you're equally fast with your hand and WASD, I do think that the players that are the best at that will overtake the current players that are really, really good, unless it's changed. So I hate it. I don't think it'll help Faker. If you want to help Faker somehow, you just do it through the patches. You maybe remove Fearless, let him play 2 champs, let him play 1 champ. Like maybe that's the way. Maybe let him auto qualify to Worlds. Let him skip LCK. Like we can do many, many ways to make sure that Faker has the longevity and always shows up to the World Championship artificially. We don't need to go into ghost mode already. So there's other ways.
By the way, since as I told you, I do that review show, the one called Foreplay on LFN Movies. If you go over to that channel, I was looking up, because I obviously couldn't do it while I was answering the question before. Were there any other movies this year that I saw for the first time? Right, that's another one that wasn't actually for there. But when I was looking down, we did do an arc earlier this year where we did that French Canadian filmmaker Denis Villeneuve, the one that does Dune and Blade Runner and all that stuff, right? And he did a film that, because of that series, I went and watched, which was the last French language film he made, was a movie called Incendie, which basically in French means fires. And it's a film I would actually recommend to you, Yamato. Even though it's a really brutal film, it's basically a film about like the Middle East and how like radicalization happens there and how like terrible the war crimes are there. So, and I won't spoil, like there's a central thing in the plot. Put it this way, if you say this, sadly, it'll fuck things up. But put it this way, I won't say anything more, but it's got a very key like twist in this film that if you watch it, you'll never forget. It's like really next level. So try not to look anything up. But if you were someone who's interested in like conflicts in the Middle East, I would say this is like one of the best cinematic representations I've seen. Because what's clever about essentially the plot, without giving anything away, is they make all the characters that are in it, you think you're just getting a slice of life, like what's it like for these people and what they go to. But it's actually a clever way of showing you like all different facets and levels of how like all the rebellions work against each other, and people doing coups and people trying to get out the country, and then why do people stay? It's amazing, and it's just got a bonkers fucking like twist essentially in it. So don't look anything up. But that movie, it's also a mega director who's like really famous now. So it's in French, so you need subtitles. But by the way, the movie already has like, I think, Arabic and stuff like that in it. So you're going to need subtitles anyway. It's not one where you knowing the original language would help you. So that's another one I'd recommend. It's actually a legit banger movie. On the WASD thing, I actually predicted all of this because, spoiler, I've played FPS games with WASD movement for like 20 plus years. So actually like 30 years at this point in time. So sadly, I actually knew exactly what would happen. Notice, by the way, if anyone goes back, I think it was maybe Side Select with Rich's Wrath or something. There was a show I did where this topic came up and I actually predicted it all before anyone had ever used it. I told them the most obvious role that will immediately be OP is loads of the fucking kiting ADCs. You will just see players who, like, first of all, the cracked out player is going to be unbeatable at that role, and then at certain champions. And then secondly, it will make it so that actually shittier players will suddenly be like slightly better than they should be. Because think about how much of ADC was like click back, click forward, click back, and then making sure you do the character attack, not the one onto the just general. That alone was half the fucking skill. So you're cutting a lot of that out. And I do think, unfortunately, it's flattening the skill curve a bit too much. And the top people will be OP. So I think it's a mistake, personally. That's why the most infuriating thing was they went through that whole thing of telling us they were going to do it. And then Riot themselves made that statement that was essentially along the lines of, if it turns out to be OP, then we'll just nerf it. It's like, what are we doing it for then? The whole point of bringing it in is to have whatever this is. So to me, I think it's a usual example of Riot thinking an idea is good, but in practice, it's not actually as good, in my opinion. And by the way, no, the fact that some people in their first time using it on certain champions weren't instantly OP doesn't mean it's fine. Think about that. They only just used it. They haven't even used it for a year. My God, what would it be like if people had had 5 years on that, mate? I think the whole game would be different. It'd be a completely different esport game. And I actually think, by the way, it's bad because League of Legends isn't supposed to be some like ridiculous game like that. Like, I've always thought the thing about MOBAs is you do have to click the same cursor that clicks to do an attack, clicks to move. That's part of the sort of bizarre charm of the game, isn't it? It's not really supposed to be like that you move with one hand and shoot with the other. That's FPS games. So I also think it's just a naive I would never have opened this Pandora's box up your mouth. I would have just kept it as it was.
Same.
You know?
I just think it's like in line with how they've managed the LTA too. Because I do think it's extremely disrespectful to the current player base. Because imagine the average person who's an ADC player. Let's say they've played for 3-4 years, and maybe they're proud of going silver and then gold, and then maybe sometimes they get platinum. And then now, suddenly, players are going to come in and shit on all of your effort. They're going to be better than you instantly. that is rough. That is rough.
The thing is, even though people think, well, ADC is just mechanics. No, but you have to be a master of those mechanics. Like, you can instantly see in a game. I think ADC, for me, by the way, is the role that is the most obvious in solo queue if the guy's boosted. Like, I can immediately, this in lane, because I said play support, me, I can instantly tell if that guy can't actually kite. And if he can't kite, brother, I'm going to play the game completely differently than if he can actually do the basic mechanical fucking moves. Yeah, of course. Right.
They will have to announce themselves. I am a WASD player. And, and then, you know.
Yeah. It should be like being a sex offender. You should have to actually register and fully announce that you are that to everyone in your area so they're aware you're abusing that mechanic. Anyway.
You know, I wanted to playfully imply that, but you just.
No, I know. Listen, that's my style, bro. That's who I am, you know. That's who I am.
This was said by Thorin.
Right, here's a question that's a joke question because it's by Bot Powder 420, but I actually think there's a real answer we could give to it. He says, is it true that the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubed? Now, you're going to think, why the fuck? Here's why there's actually an answer to that. If I take out the silly, being edgy jokester part, the question about the notion that, like, when you get consequences, they're not going to be, like, mild. I do think there's a bigger picture there, mate, which is this. What people fuck up with in this world, always, in my opinion, is they think that whatever their intention behind why they did something wrong or that people are going to react badly to, they think their intention will be considered almost by definition, it won't be, because the kind of person who is reasonable and sees why you did it or understands or forgives you isn't going to be the one who's going to apply the harshest consequences to you. The person who's going to, and this obviously, I'm alluding vaguely to something political everyone knows about here, but I'm making a serious point about life. When you do things that can be misinterpreted or interpreted directly as really badly, the kind of person who's going to give you the consequences is someone who's completely against that, someone who hates that, someone who maybe hates you because you did that. So yeah, unfortunately, when consequences come, they're going to be really harsh. That's the nature of the world, I'm afraid. That's why you've got to be really careful what you say and do, I'm afraid.
I guess it ties always to what you're doing, right? Like if it's a question of like if public opinion is important to what you do, it's like going in and out of what people call grifting or standing on your own principle and going against the grain.
Yes.
And like the navigating that it's so narrow. It's like we've seen so many people just like do something small. I've seen people do something insanely bad and no consequences at all. And then some people can do something small and have crazy consequences. Like sometimes it's just about timing too. It's like sometimes it does come looped, and sometimes like you're caught in a storm and the timing of what you did might be bad and there's a tension on it. Like it's because it's like everything just moves so damn quickly. But I think the version of karma that I believe in is always the one that is internal. Like that is like the consequence of doing bad actions will be felt in how you taste food and how your interactions are and how you move forward. So that's how I want to believe in it, because at least if I could never consider myself doing anything that I would find evil, because I wouldn't be able to like live with myself. And I think that is the balance of karma. It's like everything else that is happening in the world is I think karma is your relationship to your own self-view and your own self-worth. Because the world, there's a lot of people out there that just get away with doing fucked up shit because that's just what the world is.
By the way, I know what you mean. If the real reason why our company LFN never got the actual Saudi investment is it's not the idea, by the way. It's not what fans think. It's not the
You
idea.
just hate money.
It's not that people would call us out and be like, "Oh, you did." I don't care what fucking fans did. It's what you're saying. When I thought it through, I thought like, look, I'm sure I could come up with some clever angle. Like, it's not actually directly from the Saudis. It was going to be the Saudis through a third party person that I've known for many years. Well, I could just say I'm dealing with that guy, couldn't I? I thought there was all these angles. But what I realized is what you said. I thought to myself, if I do this deal though, there are going to be moments when I think to myself, oh, should I have done that though? Or there's all... Whereas instead, if I just don't do it, then I have nothing on my conscience, mate. Sure, it might suck that I might not have as much investment. Like I haven't been able to pay people massive salaries like I planned to with that company. We've had to taken us years to grind to where we are now that we're all making some money finally. But it was worth it, believe it or not. Even though I turned down millions, it was worth it for the fucking peace of mind, bro. It really is. Like, one of the best things about my job is I genuinely, Yamato, wake up, and when I do videos or shows, I'm not doing any show I don't want to do. I'm not doing it with a person I don't want to talk about, and I'm not talking about things I don't want to talk. So I have not, that, for me, that's more important sometimes than having more money or seeming like a cooler platform. I would rather have peace of mind and just know that I'm doing the shit I want. So I agree with you. That is actually a pretty good point you make, like, to use it as a compass, you know, that feeling, that like, I mean, it's your conscience, really. That when you get that little prick of your conscience, listen to it. Because if you don't, what you'll find out is sometimes that's warning you about some of that down the line you'll feel way worse about if you go. And especially in this, like in the example I gave, if you also do a move like that, by the way, if I'd have taken millions in Saudi ownership, I can't just tell them to fuck off tomorrow. That's not the way the business works. Like, that would be really complicated to detangle myself from later if I felt bad. I mean, the joke would be I'd probably have to leave my own company, wouldn't I? So what would it have all been for? So, no, I think you make a very valid point. Right, there's a question that was just submitted as we were talking. It's a good one though. Spookin says, do you have a favourite long-form story? A series of books, comic volumes, or any other media form? By the way, since he puts any other media form, could be a manga, could be whatever you want, TV series. What, is there a long-form story that's a favourite of yours?
Oh, wow. Like, I grew up on Dragon Ball, but that was just because it was accessible, you know? But it's like I got to like you awaken the memory in me, because when you mentioned it's like doing the comic book thing, it's like I was also like drawing the mangas. It's like I had a phase like that too. But the fun part was it was so inaccessible. It's like I had like volume from 1 to 5, and then I had like
Oh, right.
7, and then like 14, and then 16.
I mean, this is back before there was like manga shops in towns and stuff. This is back when you
Yeah,
had to order
yeah,
on the
yeah.
internet or look online, right?
So hoping to find them at the library or like
Yeah.
borrow it from a friend,
Yeah.
because it's like spending like €5 back then, bro. That was a big deal to get like a manga out,
Absolutely.
you know. It's like it was different
Also,
times.
bro, I'll bet that's some shit as well that your parents didn't fuck with. Like, there's no way your dad would fuck you buying a manga. It costs like $5. You read it in like 10 minutes, bro. If you're like an older dad, you're like, what are you doing? That's what a waste of money. Like, get it from the library, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like if I wanted money for something, like I needed to present like a whole ass case. I needed
Like a
a presentation.
PowerPoint
Like I needed to, it's like money was not
love
leaving
it.
the coffers,
it.
Like it's like, it was like,
Yeah, of
use the
course.
stuff your brother has. It's like, it's passing down,
Yeah.
But I don't complain. I had everything I needed.
No,
But that,
Yamato, I vibe with you because it's the same for me. I come from like a poor family in the northeast, and my dad was never doing some like big job or whatever. So I can tell you, I know what you mean. You essentially become like the unofficial marketing arm of whatever product it is. You go like, no, it's really great though, and they've done a lot, and it's good for kids too. And there's educational component. You're selling every fucking angle of it, aren't you? Like trying to make some video games sound like the most important shit of all time. I don't like.
no, it's
And
like
it's so hard as well, isn't it? It's so hard to sell them.
it's maybe something that is relatable to people. It's like I grew up in the Pokemon era, right? And I had a massive collection, but I only ever bought one pack, and that was money that I got from returning bottles. Like,
okay.
Otherwise, I was doing like the playing for the cards, doing that jazz and all that shit. But it's like in terms of stories, like I don't know. It's weird because the medium that I interacted with from early age I was instantly into games, and something that my brother, like I always followed what my brother's doing because he was like into things, and like the stories that I guess it fits in a way, but not really. But it was the story behind like the Diablo games. Because like there's a lot of like unique details, and like every character's like everything was really really fleshed out, but it wasn't like super obvious in your face. So it's like I sometimes went to the library, like printed out these pages, because back then it's like going on the internet and like finding that shit like it wasn't really a thing. It was like I printed out pages of lore about Diablo 1 and 2 just to read it. So that was something that like in terms of stories, that's where my mind goes. And also like Warcraft 1, 2, 3, it's like all the stories and all the characters, and even Stark. I was just big on Blizzard games. Waterfall from Grace.
No, by the way, that's also what's funny about esports is there tends to be two angles people come from. You either come from the Blizzard angle, Warcraft, WoW, StarCraft, or you come from like id Software for like Quake, Doom, and all. And by the way, both of them are completely fallen, and it's all just like, shit reboots that none of the original people are there. And it's like, I agree, it's the same thing where like, you wish they'd do a new game, but then you're like, actually, it's not going to be the same people, so who gives a fuck? The answer for me is this. There's an obvious one, which is I'm a big fan of the original Dune books. All 6 of those and bangers. But actually, I've got an obscure one for you. Since he put comics, this will sound really weird because it is really weird. There's a comic that began in like a fan zine or something like this way back, I think even in the 90s. And it's a comic called Knights of the Dinner Table. And it's going to sound like the shittest premise ever, but you have to read it to get why it's funny. It's a comic with humorous elements that's just about a group of people playing Dungeons and Dragons. They're just sat around a table. It's a comic. And they're sat like that. But you wouldn't, because you can be really creative what happens in a Dungeons and Dragons story, and how the dungeon master controls it and all, and then all the like personalities and how people squabble and how people try to abuse certain characters and magic. Essentially, it's a really clever and funny story though, and there's a billion episodes of it. And if you get into it, you get into it for the characters, and they sort of develop them in a really interesting way. And also, it's really creative the way they come up with things that happen. Like I'll give you an example. There'll be like a random tangent where in the episode there's actually a character that's only supposed to be like a little goblin that tells you like go up this way, but they like befriend that character and it becomes a whole thing. And then by the end, because they fucked with this dungeon master by making that character part of it, eventually he's having that character like turn out that they were like the secret Kaiser Soze that was running the whole thing, who betrayed it's like it goes so creative what you can do with that premise that it's actually really entertaining. So if you like comics and you know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, check that out and you will love it. It's a banger. Obviously, it's really obscure. If you're not into that shit, don't worry about it. Right. That's the last question for now. We will do more next week. Obviously, there will, as I say, if you remember the format discussion earlier, the next episode will have fuck tons to talk about LCK and LPL because there's a billion matches. There will be zero LEC because there is no LEC. LTA's got a little bit. And so if you love the Asian League of Legends, that's basically everyone now. See you on the next episode of Summoning Insight.
Yes, sir.